Chapter 1686. The power contained in a mid-grade fog source was several times that of a low-grade fog source. Not only could he comprehend it for a longer time, but the effect was also more than twice as obvious. Chunzong used this mid-grade fog source to comprehend the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. Even though he had comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao will and raised it to the ninth revolution, as well as comprehending the wind, fire, and thunder Dao will, and improved further, it actually didn't increase his overall strength by much. It only made him more well-rounded. With this, it was simply impossible to pass through the 8th level. Those 5 fog sources could also be used to comprehend the first worldly stone inscription. But Chunzong was also very clear about one thing. Even so, it still wouldn't allow him to break through again. Therefore, it was better to use them to comprehend the mysteries of the other stone inscriptions and improve himself more comprehensively. In the end, everything he learned wasn't just for the bewildering light realm, but for the great Tao. The great Tao was perfect. Every aspect was very important to him. He couldn't lose the big picture for the small. Accumulate, then comprehend and erupt. When a mid-grade fog source's power was completely exhausted, Chunzong comprehended a little more of the mysteries of the first worldly stone inscription. The 31st level of the Genesis sword technique was even more perfect and truly stabilized. With my current cultivation, if I want to defeat that Crimson Dragon, I either have to raise the Genesis sword technique to the 32nd level or break through to the 2nd level of the Pinnacle realm. Chunzong thought to himself. He had a very clear understanding of himself. This was the conclusion he had obtained after many failures. He was very certain. After breaking through to the 30th level, the advancement of every level needed to be self-created. It was incomparably compatible with one's body. Moreover, the higher the level, the stronger and more terrifying the power. Therefore, the advancement of the 32nd level was absolutely much greater than that of the 31st level. Similarly, the difficulty of self-creation of the 32nd level was much greater than that of the 31st level. Only now did Chunzong understand how astonishing the Azura clone was. It had actually deduced the infernal Azura technique to the 32nd level and mastered it by itself. On the other hand, the main body had obtained various opportunities to create the 31st level and only now had it stabilized. This was a kind of innate difference. It cannot be helped. Chunxiu had absorbed a large amount of pure evil spirit with the secret of the 1000-form Azura. He was known as the innate evil spirit. This was a very rare innate Taoism aptitude, at least in the Tianyuan sacred realm. Those with born Taoism aptitude were like the favored children of heaven and earth. Once they cultivated martial arts techniques related to their physique, their progress would make others jealous. If his actual body was able to create the 32nd level of the Taichu sword Yuan technique, his strength would increase significantly. At that time, he should be able to fight with the Crimson Dragon, or even defeat it and pass through the 8th level. Or perhaps he could comprehend the 2nd level of the Lamita realm. The king of the mountains and seas and Chunzong had said that the supreme realm was just a general term. Strictly speaking, it was divided into 3 realms. The first level was called the Extreme Realm, which was the level that Chunzong had reached now. However, Chunzong had just grasped it, so he still needed to practice it and make it more profound. The second stage was called Extreme Brilliance. The third stage was called the Brilliance of Extremity. It was extremely difficult to improve each level. It was much more difficult than creating a cultivation technique. However, if one improved, the increase in strength would be extremely shocking. It was said that if one wanted to become a supreme saint, one must first improve the will of extremity to the extreme of the 3rd level. Only then would one be qualified to shine with endless brilliance. The king of the mountains and seas had been cultivating for thousands of years, but he had only comprehended the 2nd level of the supreme realm. He had not reached the peak. Whether it was the 32nd level of the Taichu sword Yuan technique or the 2nd level of the supreme realm, both were too difficult. However, Chunzong was confident that he could do it. The only thing he lacked was time. The secret of the first worldly stone inscription could shorten this time. If there was a large amount of fog to help him comprehend, the time could be shortened again. Therefore, the fog was very important. When all the fog was used up, Chunzong still planned to go outside Bewildering Light Island to hunt for fog demons. Firstly, it was for the fog, and secondly, he could take the opportunity to train himself. Just meditating and comprehending wasn't enough. Fighting was also an excellent way to stimulate one's potential. The right way was to combine movement and stillness. The king of the mountains and seas pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I'll go with you. That's too much trouble." Chunzong was a little surprised, but he was immediately grateful. The king of the mountains and seas said that to give him another layer of protection. After all, he was an elite 7-star expert. In the bewildering light ocean, he could even fight against a high-rank fog demon. As for the fog demons, there were more low-rank fog demons, fewer middle-rank fog demons, and even fewer high-rank fog demons. As for the terrifying Fog Demon King, the king of the mountains and seas had only heard of it, but had never seen it. With the king of the mountains and seas accompanying him, he could not expose his Shura doppelganger. He could only fight with his true body, but it was also an additional layer of protection. The two of them immediately set off for the bewildering light ocean. The king of the mountains and seas cave abode was originally located at the edge of Bewildering Light Island. When they rushed out of the island and entered the bewildering light ocean, they felt as if they had suddenly fallen from clear water into muddy water. It was somewhat uncomfortable. Chunzong quickly spread out his divine sense and finally fixed it at a radius of 2,000 meters. Previously, it was 1,000 meters, and the recovery rate barely matched the consumption rate. In recent years, as his cultivation base improved, so did his divine sense. The spirit control technique was also constantly used to temper his divine sense. Although the improvement was not great, it was still something. 2,000 meters was just the limit of the recovery rate that could barely keep up with the consumption rate. Other than protecting Chunzong, the king of the mountains and seas did not intend to interfere with anything else. He also hoped that Chunzong could improve further. Fighting the fog demons was not a bad idea. Chunzong did not plan to leave Bewildering Light Island immediately. He planned to go deeper and step by step. Those who entered Bewildering Light Island, as long as they had the qualifications to live on Bewildering Light Island, once they left Bewildering Light Island, they would not get lost. Their souls would have a connection with Bewildering Light Island. Although this connection would gradually weaken with the distance, it would always exist. Therefore, cultivators dared to leave Bewildering Light Island and enter the Bewildering Light Ocean to kill the fog demons and obtain the fog essence. Otherwise, once they left, they would not be able to find Bewildering Light Island. Wouldn't that be suicide? Not long after, Chunzong's divine sense sensed a tyrannical and ferocious aura. It was the fog demon. In his senses, the fog demon was very strong, but it did not give him a strong sense of danger. Inferior fog demon. A smile appeared on Chunzong's face. He sped up and attacked the inferior fog demon like a gust of wind. The sunken night sword was unsheathed. A pitch-black sword light tore through the void and directly attacked the inferior fog demon. The king of the mountains and seas was surprised. Chunzong had found the fog demon earlier than him. It was unbelievable. The battle began. The fog demon was extremely ferocious and cruel. Its sharp claws tore through the air, tearing apart the fog and dazzling light. Each attack seemed to want to tear Chunzong to pieces. Chunzong's figure was like the wind, and his aura was subtle. He avoided the fog demon's sharp claws and attacked with a sunken night sword. Under the extreme sword intent, the sharpness of each sword was extremely shocking. It also had the ability to oppress the mind, causing a certain impact on the fog demon. At times, it was like a violent thunderbolt. At other times, it was like an ethereal wind. The alternating use of the two divine abilities made Chunzong's figure more and more unpredictable. After the battle, Chunzong also found out that the fog demon strength was equivalent to a 3-star battle strength. Moreover, it was an ordinary 3-star battle strength, not even an elite. It could fight. It could be killed. When he fought against the black demon god in the 7th realm of the bewildering light realm, his body refining cultivation was restricted. He could only rely on his chi cultivation. Now his body refining cultivation was still there. Although he was fighting with his chi cultivation, his tyrannical physique also brought him great benefits. Even if he was at a disadvantage when facing the fog demon's sharp claws, it was not a hindrance. Sword chi and sharp claws spread in all directions. After the fierce battle, Chunzong also discovered that his cultivation during this period of time had improved his overall strength. Even if his battle strength was not at the 3-star level, it was not impossible for him to fight against an ordinary 3-star battle strength. After all, his body refining cultivation had reached the early stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm, and he also had the unbreakable golden body. Coupled with the yin-yang sword realm activated by the yin-yang Dao will, his defensive power was extremely shocking. It was enough to barely resist the fog demon's attack. If his body refining cultivation was still there when he challenged the 8th realm, there might be hope for him to pass. Then, I'll use you to test my new unique skill. Chunzong used the unbreakable golden body and the yin-yang sword realm to block the fog demon's violent attack. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light. Immediately, a mighty aura of the heavenly wind filled his body, and it turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. He swung his sword. In an instant, Chunzong's figure and the sunken knight's sword seemed to have turned into a gust of wind that whistled out. The sword was as swift as the wind. The first move, Swift Wind. The gust of sword chi instantly attacked the fog demon. The moment it hit the fog demon's body, it was like an invisible rope that instantly wrapped around the fog demon's body. When the second move was launched, the chi suddenly became blazing and violent like fire. The second move, Scorching Flame, the sword chi was extremely hot, and the compressed power seemed to explode in an instant. It was blazing and shocking, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything as it directly bombarded the fog demon's body. The fog demon happened to be wrapped around by the wind-like sword chi. Just a moment was enough. The Scorching Flame's sword was so powerful that it caused the fog demon's body to suddenly tremble. It flew back in the air, and its body trembled incessantly. In fact, these two moves did not cause much damage to the fog demon. It was just a prelude that disrupted the fog demon's rhythm and made it difficult for it to react in an instant. It was for the final killing move. The third move, Wind and Fire Strike the Sky. The sunken knight sword returned to its scabbard in an instant. Chunzong stood in the void and lowered his body. Extremely powerful heavenly wind Dao will and heavenly fire Dao will circled around his body. Green and red intertwined and finally poured into the scabbard and condensed on the sword. An extremely powerful and terrifying power was brewing, condensing, and erupting in the scabbard. Not far away, the mountain and sea king stared with a slightly solemn expression. He acutely felt that there was a terrifying power gathering in Chunzong's scabbard. It was like a volcano accumulating magma. Once it erupted, the power would be astonishing. Boom! Chunzong's left foot suddenly stepped forward, and his body rushed forward. The sunken knight sword carried a tremendous force, and it transformed into a power that fused wind and fire. It was like the magma of an ancient volcano erupting, and it instantly gushed out of the scabbard. This move was earth-shattering. Chapter 1687. That sword and that light were like the eruption of magma from an ancient volcano, extremely dense and peerlessly powerful as they shattered the heavens and the earth. This sword strike didn't just contain the eruption of the Lingwu energy, it also contained the strength of the blood lightning explosion, and it was directly raised to the limit. This sword strike blasted mercilessly onto the mist devil. Bang! The energy of wind and fire intertwined and raged on the mist devil's body, and the mist on the mist devil's body swept out layer by layer like waves, yet it was unable to eliminate the terrifying strength of that sword strike, no matter what. The strands of heavenly wind and heavenly fire that had invaded the mist devil's body were instantly drawn out as well, and they erupted successively as they wantonly destroyed the mist devil's body. Numerous sounds of explosions resounded out without end, and it exploded to the point the mist devil's body violently trembled as countless strands of mist leaked out, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. Chunzong didn't pursue an attack, and he instead stared fixedly at every single change in the mist devil. Windfire Tri-Swords. This move was an ultimate move that he'd comprehended after consuming 2 low-grade mist sources from comprehending the profundities of the blazing Tempest Stone inscriptions. It was an ultimate move that was activated with the Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, and it was an ultimate move that was close to the limit. The Heavenly Wind Dao Insight and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight were both high-grade Dao Insights that couldn't compare to top-grade Dao Insights. But the might of the fusion of 2 high-grade Dao Insights had increased explosively, and it wasn't inferior to most top-grade Dao Insights. Thus, after he comprehended it, Chunzong knew that the pure might of the final move of the Wind Flame Tri-Apex Sword Technique, Wind Flame Strike the Heavens, was already on par with the Heaven and Earth split before the Heart Sword Dao Insight attained the extreme realm. If the first and second moves were executed at the same time and struck the target, then under the overlapping and ceaseless eruption of might, the destruction caused in the end wouldn't be inferior to the line of heaven and earth of heaven and earth in the slightest. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. Just this sword strike had directly crippled the low-grade mist devil, and although it hadn't died, its aura had declined severely. Lingwu Energy, Blood Lightning Explosion, Line of Heaven and Earth. Slash. The tip of the sword was world-shocking as a sword light that was like a hair instantly struck out. The heavens and the earth dimmed. Unlike the Wind-Fire Tri-Swords, this sword strike directly slashed the mist devil's broken body into 2. The misty demon turned into mist and quickly dissipated, leaving only a piece of mist source behind. It was swept up by Chunzong's sword chi and stored into his storage ring. Chunzong made a brief summary of this battle. The might of the Wind-Fire Tridemise sword was not inferior to the line of heaven and earth. In fact, in terms of sustained destructive power, it was even superior. But these 2 moves were different. The line of heaven and earth was a direct attack. Just this sword attack was meant to cut you in half and kill you. The direct lethality of the wind and fire triple sword technique was not as good as the line of heaven and earth, but it was superior in its continuous destructive power. Furthermore, it worked from the inside to the outside and gradually increased in power until it finally killed the target. One was the might of sword insight, the other was the might of wind-fire Dao insight, and their destructive forces were completely different. However, the 3 moves of the Wind-Fire Triple Swords had to hit the same target in order for the final destructive power to be slightly stronger than the line of heaven and earth. The first move, Swift Wind, used extremely fast sword chi to strike the target first. The Heavenly Wind Sword Chi attacked first, and its purpose was not to inflict damage. Instead, it transformed into a gust of wind and bound the target's body, making it difficult for the target to move. Even if the target could move, it would reduce the target's speed and reaction time. The second move, Ardent Flame, used the Heavenly Fire Sword Chi to bombard the target. The damage was only secondary. Its true purpose was to further restrict the target. However, it was not to bind the target. Instead, it was to attack. The violent force spread throughout the target's body, causing the target's body to tremble and its power to become unstable. It was difficult for the target to completely condense the Heavenly Fire Sword Chi, and the Heavenly Fire Sword Chi also seeped into the target's body. The third move, Heavenly Wind and Fire Sword Chi, was the ultimate move. The fusion power of the Heavenly Wind and Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, as well as the other powers of the user, was constantly being refined and gathered in the scabbard. At the final moment, when it was at its peak, it erupted like a volcano, instantly releasing the most violent and tyrannical power. This sword attack directly attacked the target that had been bound by the first and second moves, instantly causing destruction. Moreover, it triggered the heavenly wind and heavenly fire sword chi that had seeped into the target's body. Layer upon layer, layer upon layer of explosions, aggravating the damage. Wonderful! The mountain and sea king secretly clapped his hands and praised. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the subtlety of Chunzong's ultimate move. However, he could also see that there was still a lot of room for improvement. The drawback of that ultimate move was actually very obvious. If the target broke free from the first or second move, the power of the third move would be reduced. Chunzong continued to hunt for the fog demons. When Chunzong unleashed all his power, he could kill the 3-star fog demons. The Supreme Lingwu technique was indeed amazing. Once it was unleashed, it directly raised Chunzong's basic strength to a whole new level. The power of the Blood Thunder explosion was also quite impressive. The Thunder Light Shield and the Heavenly Wind formless body art alternated between being extremely agile. With a sword in hand, he vividly displayed the profundity of the sword technique. If he encountered a 4-star fog demon, Chunzong would use all his strength to fight. However, in the end, he would inevitably be defeated. When he was defeated, the Mountain and Sea King would naturally kill it, and the fog essence would belong to Chunzong. Although he couldn't use the power of the Azura doppelganger, it felt good to have a powerhouse accompanying him. At least he could fight without worry. 1 low-grade fog essence, 2 low-grade fog essences, 3 low-grade fog essences. The number of fog essences in the storage ring was constantly increasing. Every battle was a matter of walking the fine line between life and death. Even with the Mountain and Sea King accompanying him, Chunzong didn't think he could rely on him. Of course, Chunzong wasn't going to rely on the Mountain and Sea King's strength to seek out the Mist Devil. A middle-grade fog demon's battle strength was at least 5-star. It was not something he could fight against right now. When Chunzong obtained the 12 fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island with the Mountain and Sea King and went into seclusion to comprehend the mystery of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth. Of the 12 fog essences, 11 were low-grade fog essences, and 1 was middle-grade fog essences. Naturally, they were obtained by the Mountain and Sea King. However, he didn't know how much of the first stone inscription of heaven and earth he would be able to comprehend after these fog essences were used up. That stone inscription of heaven and earth was related to the mysteries of the origin sword technique and sword Dao. As long as he could comprehend it more deeply, his strength would increase. The Mountain and Sea King had high hopes for Chunzong, even if there was only a slight chance that he could leave. After the 12 fog essences were used up, Chunzong came out of seclusion and entered the bewildering light ocean to hunt fog demons again. The Mountain and Sea King was still following him. Wind and Fire triple slash. 1 ultimate move instantly killed the 3-star fog demon. There was no need for a second move. Although the origin sword technique was still at the 31st level, and his Dao intent hadn't broken through the limit, it was still much stronger. After obtaining the fog essences, he returned to Bewildering Light Island and went into seclusion to comprehend. And so on. Chunzong didn't challenge the Bewildering Light realm again. Instead, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Chunzong had been on the Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years. He had passed the protective period of the island's power. The Blood Killer King also came out of seclusion. His blood-red light filled the sky and rolled in all directions. Half of the world was dyed red, and his aura was extremely shocking. Blood Killer King, what are you doing here? The Mountain and Sea King stared at the blood-red figure standing in the air and asked in a deep voice. Mountain and Sea King, I have a grudge with that junior. Don't interfere. The Blood Killer King's voice was filled with killing intent. He was also afraid of the Mountain and Sea King. Although he had cultivated that secondary divine ability to perfection, he still wasn't confident that he could defeat the Mountain and Sea King. Get lost. The mountain and sea king didn't hold back. His aura was earth-shattering. The aura of the mountains and seas instantly erupted, condensing into a phantom of mountains and seas. It crushed the Blood Killer King's blood-red aura as if it was going to shatter it. Mountain and Sea King, I respect you as a senior. Don't be too. The Blood Killer King's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted, "If you don't get lost, I'll kill you." The Mountain and Sea King took a step forward, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. The mountains rumbled, and a tsunami seemed to roll behind him. It was earth-shattering, and the Blood Killer King's blood-red cloud was instantly dispersed. Anger, killing intent. Chunzong was related to whether or not he could leave the bewildering light ocean. This was a matter of great importance, and the Blood Killer King wanted to kill him. Sensing the killing intent of the Mountain and Sea King, the Blood Killer King's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. The Mountain and Sea King's temper was relatively good. Because of this, the Blood Killer King dared to come over and ask for Chunzong. Who knew that the Mountain and Sea King would have such a reaction? The Blood Killer King's expression was gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with blood-red, killing intent. This little ant can pass the 7th level. His potential is amazing. If this continues, he might catch up with me one day, or even surpass me. At that time, it won't be me who kills him, but him who kills me. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Chunzong hadn't really grown up yet to kill him. As for the toys, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. However, with the Mountain and Sea King watching from the side, he had no chance to make a move. Waiting. The Blood Killer King was waiting for an opportunity. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would definitely be able to seize the opportunity. After all, the Blood Killer King was an assassin. In the past, he had lurked for a very long time in order to carry out missions. His patience was amazing. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Chunzong came out of seclusion. This time, he had been in seclusion for a very long time. He had been in seclusion for several years, but his improvement was very obvious. Seeing Chunzong come out of seclusion, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. There seemed to be a faint sword chi around him, but seemed to be completely restrained and difficult to detect. The Mountain and Sea King suddenly revealed a smile. He could feel that Chunzong, who had been in seclusion for a few years, was somewhat different from a few years ago. It seemed to be a kind of sublimation. Although he didn't know how big the change was, at least he was sure of one thing. At this moment, Chunzong's strength was definitely stronger than a few years ago. The Mountain and Sea King stared at him eagerly and hurriedly asked, "Young friend, how is it?" A few years ago, Chunzong often entered the bewildering light sea to hunt fog demons and obtain fog essence. In total, he obtained dozens of low-level fog essence and several middle-level fog essence. He used all of them to comprehend the mystery of the heaven and earth stone inscriptions in seclusion. I'm somewhat confident. Chunzong smiled slightly. Let's go. The Mountain and Sea King's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the best news he had heard in thousands of years. After many contacts, the Mountain and Sea King knew that Chunzong was not a person who would speak carelessly. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't say much. In other words, this time, it was very likely that they could pass. Chapter 1688. In the cave mansion, the Bloodkill King watched as 2 figures quickly flew past and headed straight to the center of bewildering Light Island. His expression was uncertain. He recognized the 2 figures. The Mountain Sea King. The other person was the little ant Chunzong that he wanted to get rid of. But now, the Mountain Sea King was following him, and he couldn't find a chance to make a move. With a thought, the Blood Killer King moved and followed after Yishuan. He didn't believe that the Mountain Sea King could be on guard all the time. As long as there was a slight opening, he would go all out and kill him. As for the Mountain Sea King, even if he wanted to deal with him, he was confident that he could withstand a blow and escape. At most, he would hide in the bewildering light ocean for a while. Having made up his mind, the Bloodkill King concealed his aura and quietly followed. He was proficient in assassination. Neither Chunzong nor the King of the Mountain and Sea had noticed King Bloodkiller's presence. However, with the Mountain Sea King by his side, the Bloodkill King didn't make a move because he didn't seize the opportunity. Patience. He was like a viper lurking, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Chunzong landed on the altar without hesitation, stepped into the portal of the bewildering light realm, and disappeared. The Mountain Sea King stood next to the altar and waited, while the Bloodkill King lurked in the distance. No one noticed him. He used to be a top assassin, so he was extremely good at the Tao of concealment. Chunzong could directly challenge the Eighth Realm, but he didn't. He planned to use the Black Demon God to hone himself, or rather, to warm up. After a few years, Chunzong's chi cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm. The Black Demon God's strength should have also become stronger. Using the Black Demon God as a warm-up was probably unprecedented. Even the Myriad Star King, who had broken through the 8th realm 10,000 years ago, had never done so. The Black Demon God exuded an astonishing aura as he rushed over. His fist carried an incomparably terrifying pressure, as though it was going to explode the void. However, this tyrannical punch was nothing to the current Chunzong. Chunzong stood motionless, waiting for the Black Demon God's punch to arrive. Then, he drew his sword and slashed out, his body leaning forward. Chop! He didn't explode with the power of a Lingwu. This sword was only driven by the will of the heart sword of the pinnacle, but it instantly released a shocking power. Under this sword, there was nothing it could not destroy, and nothing could block it. The extremely powerful punch of the Black Demon God was instantly torn apart and cleaved apart like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical punch found it difficult to withstand and was immediately cut in half. Fury. The injured Black Demon God instantly went berserk. The fist that had been sliced in half was suffused with a shocking black demonic flame. It crazily blasted out without end, destroying mountains and destroying peaks. Chunzong directly displayed the Yin-Yang Sword Realm with his sword. The black and white mixed elements circled around freely. Without the power of the Lingwu, the pure Yin-Yang Sword Realm was able to completely withstand the two fists of the berserk Black Demon God. Under the Tao inside of Yin and Yang, it revolved freely, and it no longer had its previous flaws. In his berserk state, the Black Demon God's strength was still at the elite 2-star level, and had yet to reach the true 3-star level. To be able to withstand the attack without the power of the Lingwu, compared to before, it was obvious that Chunzong's strength had improved a lot. Warm up. This was really just a warm-up. Chop. Without waiting for the Black Demon God's attack to weaken, Chunzong immediately counterattacked. Heaven and earth aligned. Similarly, he did not use the power of the Lingwu or the Blood Thunder Explosion secret technique, but only drove them with the will of the pinnacle. After a few years of comprehension, Chunzong was still unable to create the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Yuan technique. However, he had already reached the limit of the 31st level. Once he broke through, he would be at the 32nd level. All he lacked was an opportunity. As for the will of the Heart Sword, he had also not broken through to the 2nd level of the Pinnacle Realm. That was even more difficult, but the 1st level of the Pinnacle Realm had great potential to be unearthed. A few years ago, Chunzong had just broken through to the 1st level of the Pinnacle Realm. A few years later, with the help of the power of the Fog Source, he had continuously comprehended the worldly stone inscriptions and improved a lot. Although he was still at the 1st level of the Pinnacle Realm, his power had increased by a lot. With such power, the line of heaven and earth was naturally more powerful. With one strike, he had cut off the Black Demon God's arm and left a long sword mark on his chest. With the 2nd strike, he had cut the Black Demon God into two. The Black Demon God's body was directly split in two, and he could no longer fight back. So easy? However, it was indeed a warm-up in preparation for the life and death battle in the 8th realm. The chaos reappeared and reopened, and Qinzong appeared in a lava valley. In the cracks of the ground beneath his feet, blazing red lava flowed. It was extremely shocking. 1,000-foot volcano towered in front of him, releasing an extremely shocking power. Lava constantly spewed out, and a huge dragon head also appeared. The red dragon. As if it had sensed that Qinzong's strength was stronger than before, the red dragon directly appeared and shot hundreds of meters of lava into the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Roar! The roar seemed to shatter the heavens. Immediately, a ball of red dragon fire spewed out from the sky, pouring down like a torrent of the sea, smashing and burning everything. Qinzong's figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he nimbly avoided the attack of the red dragon fire. This time, Qinzong had come to have a life and death battle with the red dragon. Or rather, this time, Qinzong had come to slay a dragon. If he wanted to slay a dragon, he naturally would not take the attack of the red dragon fire head-on like before. Previously, he had just wanted to test the gap between himself and the red dragon. After avoiding the red dragon fire, Qinzong turned into a bolt of lightning, his momentum so vast that it shook the heavens and the earth. Thunder light escape. His speed increased explosively, and he slashed his sword at the red dragon. Compared to the red dragon's body of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, Qinzong was extremely small. In front of the red dragon, Qinzong was no different from a small ant. However, the sword that streaked across the sky burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. It was so powerful that it seemed invincible, making the red dragon feel threatened. The battle with the red dragon was different from the battle with the black demon god. The battle with the black demon god was just a warm-up, and there was no need for him to use his full strength. However, the red dragon was even more powerful. It had the combat strength of a 3-star elite. Qinzong had to use the power of Lingwu and the power of the Blood Thunder explosion. After a few years of seclusion, Qinzong's improvement could not be said to be small. However, in this place he was still limited. Without a strong body refining cultivation base, the unbreakable golden body was also sealed, and his ability to protect his life was greatly reduced. This battle was very difficult. When the King of Mountains and Sea asked Qinzong if he was confident, Qinzong said a little. A little meant that he was not very confident, but he could try. If he could win, it would be a good thing. If he could not, he could only continue to train here until he could break through. No matter what, he had to go all out in this battle. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to grab it. Fight! The crimson dragon stretched out its claws. Its huge claws swept through the air, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out the sky and the sun. It was as if it had transformed into a world that came crashing down. An extremely shocking pressure descended from all directions, wanting to suppress Qinzong directly. The terrifying, blazing power contained in the claws seemed to have turned into a furnace that could melt everything. Qinzong's body suddenly tensed up, and he felt as if he had entered a huge furnace and was about to be refined. The red dragon's body was more than 2,000 meters long, and its claws were huge even for Qinzong. As it fell from the sky, a terrifying pressure pressed down, seemingly making it impossible for Qinzong to dodge. In an instant, the lightning disappeared, and Qinzong shuttled out from between the claws like a gust of wind. He continued to attack the red dragon, aiming at its huge eye. Relatively speaking, the eye was the weakest point. Roar! The red dragon was furious, and a ball of blazing flame suddenly blasted out, shattering everything. Heaven and earth aligned. This time, Qinzong did not dodge. He slashed out with his sword, and darkness fell. Immediately, endless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance covered the sky and earth, and gathered on the sunken knight's sword as if thousands of swords had returned to their master. They turned into an extremely condensed and dazzling sword radiance and shot out. The sword seemed to have split open the void, and also split open the violent and blazing scarlet dragon flames. Thunder escape. Qinzong's speed increased rapidly along the split gap. Kill. This sword mercilessly stabbed at the red dragon's left eye, and the red dragon closed its eye in an instant. The sunken knight's sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's eyelid, and it felt an amazing resistance. It was extremely tough, and it directly resisted the sword. However, the power of Chunzong's sword was not to be underestimated. The amazing sharpness still pierced the eyelid, and the amazing sword chi pierced through the eyelid and into the eye. Severe pain. To the powerful red dragon, the eye was also its weak point. Although it was not directly hit, it was still very uncomfortable to be hit by the sword chi. The severe pain made the red dragon's huge body dance in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its huge tail swung wildly, as if it was shattering the void and stirring up thousands of hurricanes, roaring and destroying everything. Chunzong's entire body seemed to sway unsteadily in the wind. He was like a flickering candle in the wind, or like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be extinguished at any moment. It was as if he could be destroyed at any moment. Under the heavenly wind Tao will, Chunzong was like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, blending into the thousands of hurricanes, drifting unsteadily, avoiding the red dragon's struggling attacks, and looking for an opportunity. This battle not only required courage, but also caution. With a sword strike, Chunzong directly slashed at the red dragon's body. However, he found that the red dragon's scales were too tough, and he could only use the primordial sword yuan technique to tear them apart, but could not really kill them. This defensive power was much stronger than the black demon gods. They were on two completely different levels, and this made Chunzong's heart sink slightly. Such defensive power was almost despairing. Dodge! Strike! However, the red dragon's body kept dancing, and Chunzong could not hit the same spot. Heaven and earth aligned. With a sword strike, the sword light was extremely fine, but also extremely sharp. It tore through the void and landed on the red dragon's body, immediately tearing apart the dragon's scales, and even the skin beneath the dragon's scales. It cut into the flesh, leaving behind a sword wound that was a few meters long, and red blood faintly seeped out. However, Chunzong was not happy at all. Instead, he became more serious. Although heaven and earth aligned could kill the red dragon, a wound that was a few meters long and a few meters deep was just a minor injury to the red dragon's huge body. Even if there was sword chi wreaking havoc in it, the impact would be minimal. So, how could he kill the red dragon? Chapter 1689. The dragon itself was a powerful existence with a high-end bloodline. The Crimson Dragon was huge and powerful. Its scales were tough, and its defense was amazing. Even though Lin Fan's powerful line of heaven and earth could break through its defense and cause damage, the damage was too small compared to the Crimson Dragon's huge body. Chunzong moved with the wind and turned into lightning. He took the opportunity to attack again. Wind and fire triple sword technique. The first move, swift wind. The second move, scorching flame. The red dragon was so huge that Chunzong could hit it with every attack. The third move, wind and fire hit the sky. The most powerful sword attack exploded with amazing power. It shattered the void in an instant. Like a torrent of lava, it bombarded the place where swift wind and scorching flame were attacking. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out continuously. The dragon's scales were blown apart, and its tough skin was also blown apart in an instant. The power of wind and fire striking the heavens and the power of swift wind and raging fire worked together, wantonly destroying the Crimson Dragon's body. However, the Red Dragon's body was so tough that even though the wind and fire triple sword technique was so powerful and destructive, it could not cause much damage. When the power of the wind and fire triple sword technique disappeared, there was a wound on the Red Dragon's body that was a few meters long. However, it was only about 1 meter deep. For the Red Dragon that was more than 2,000 meters long, it was nothing. Chunzong's heart sank. This size, this level of defensive power, how could he fight? Indeed, if he were to unleash all of his strength, he would be able to fight the Crimson Dragon. However, it would only be a battle. The Crimson Dragon's body was astonishingly huge, and its defensive power was terrifying. It was simply a model for both chi cultivation and body refining. Chunzong finally understood how his past opponents felt. After all, his body refining cultivation was not limited in the outside world. Facing a strong opponent like the Red Dragon, he had to be stronger than his opponent to have a chance of defeating and killing it. At the same level, he could only fight it. Was he going to fail again this time? If he failed this time, when would he be able to break through? According to the current situation, even if he broke through to the 32nd level of the Origin Sword technique and increased his strength, he would not be able to defeat the Red Dragon, unless he reached the 33rd level of the Origin Sword technique, but that was too difficult. The higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it would be, especially when it was limited by the realm. Of course, if he broke through again and stepped into the half-step Great Saint realm, the difficulty of creating the 32nd level would be much lower. Even the 33rd level would not be that difficult. Chunzong estimated that he would either have to reach the 33rd level of the Origin Sword technique by himself, or his Heart Sword Dao intent would break through to the 2nd level of the Limitless Realm, or even the 32nd level of the Origin Sword technique. Only then would he have a higher chance of killing the Crimson Dragon. After consuming dozens of fog sources and spending several years to comprehend the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions, the Extreme Sword intent was still at the 1st level. The 2nd level was still far away. Chunzong knew that this was due to the realm limitation. He was now at the Saint Realm, and there were very few people who could master the Dao Will of the Extreme Realm. It was impossible to raise the Dao Will of the Extreme Realm to the 2nd level at the Saint Realm. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no way out. Although the injuries were minor, the Crimson Dragon was still furious. Its body trembled, and immediately, blazing red light gushed out from under its dragon scales, turning into raging crimson flames. The shockingly high temperature and violent might seemed to destroy everything in the surroundings. Chunzong had to retreat for the time being. Boom! The huge dragon tail swept across the air as if it could sweep away thousands of mountains. It was extremely violent and overbearing. The attack shattered the world and suffocated Chunzong. The surrounding space seemed to be suppressed and sealed, frozen to the extreme. Chunzong slashed out with his sword finger and tore an invisible hole. He immediately turned into a gust of wind and shuttled out, avoiding the fierce attack of the dragon tail. The gigantic dragon tail swept across violently, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The blazing crimson flames emitted a shockingly high temperature that could incinerate everything, destroying everything in the surroundings. Chunzong felt as if he was being raged by the wind and burned by the fire. It was as if he had been blown into an oven and was constantly being roasted. Formless heavenly wind. He turned into a gust of wind and shuttled. The perfect formless heavenly wind was extraordinary. He narrowly avoided the attack of the dragon tail. Just as he was about to attack with his sword, a dragon claw suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing, bursting out with an unparalleled, terrifying power. He seemed to be swaying in a torrent. The formless heavenly wind was pushed to the extreme. Just as he was about to pass through the gap, the dragon claw suddenly changed. It was as if a mountain had moved and overlapped. There was no gap, and Chunzong had nowhere to escape. Thunder light escape. In an instant, Chunzong burst out with an astonishing speed and immediately bypassed the dragon claw. However, the dragon claw seemed to have become as far away as thousands of rivers and mountains. No matter how fast Chunzong burst out, he could not see the end. It was as if the sky was collapsing and suppressing Chunzong, almost crushing him into powder. Down, around. He finally got rid of the attack of the dragon claw, but what greeted him was a burst of blazing flames. It was so shockingly hot that it seemed to burn the world. The dragon tail attack, the dragon claw attack, and the red dragon fire attack. The three attacks came one after another, making it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Slash! With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were aligned. The amazing sharpness suddenly split the red dragon fire and rushed straight against the red dragon fire. Kill. Using the same trick, Chunzong pierced the air with his sword again, stabbing toward the red dragon's left eye like a meteor chasing after the moon. But this time, the red dragon seemed to be prepared. Its huge dragon head suddenly swung, bringing about a strong storm. The dragon whiskers were like long whips, bursting out with amazing power and blasting toward Chunzong. The dragon whiskers were more than 10 meters long, and the power of a moment was so amazing that it seemed to be able to smash a hill. This attack was really beyond Chunzong's expectation. He felt that every part of the red dragon's body seemed to be able to become a sharp weapon. It was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Chunzong felt that the red dragon was difficult to deal with, and the red dragon also felt that Chunzong was difficult to deal with. Chunzong's body movement was fast and flexible, and his sword technique was so sharp that it could hurt himself. It was very difficult to kill him. The red dragon danced in the sky, and a tiny figure was constantly changing, holding a sword and rushing to kill. The fierce battle was endless. The red dragon wanted to kill Chunzong, and Chunzong wanted to slay the dragon with his sword. This was a battle of life and death. Chunzong looked very dignified. In this battle, he had to use the power of the Lingwu several times to really contend with the red dragon. But the power of the Lingwu was not endless. After all, he had not cultivated the supreme Lingwu method to perfection. Once he used it, it would be consumed, and there was no time to recover. Moreover, even if he had time to recover, he could not do so because his body refining cultivation was imprisoned. Once the power of the Lingwu was exhausted, he would not be able to contend with the red dragon. In this case, he could only take a risk. Making a prompt decision, Chunzong did not hesitate at all. He used his body movement alternately and once again appeared at the dragon's head. The sword tip was pointed directly at the red dragon's left eye. Under the strong belief and will, the sharpness of the sword exceeded the limit. This seemed to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. The red dragon felt as if its left eye was pierced. The sharpness made it feel threatened. Kill. Line of heaven and earth. This sword strike wasn't a slash. Instead, it was a stab after it landed. It stabbed in the air and integrated the power of the line of heaven and earth into it. In the past, Chunzong used the line of heaven and earth with a slash. It was very rare for him to stab like this. The sword light turned into a cold star that was smaller than a grain of rice and pierced the sky in an instant. The sword stabbed directly at the red dragon's left eye. But the red dragon had already felt threatened, so it was impossible to be assassinated. However, this sword was just a feint. Although it was powerful, it was to confuse the red dragon and open the way for the following move. The power of the Lingwu, the blood thunder seed of the perfection realm. Explode. Chunzong had also cultivated the secret method of the blood thunder explosion to the perfection realm in the past few years. The blood thunder seed was very powerful. Once it was detonated, it would immediately erupt with an amazing power, increasing his attack power by a lot. The sunken night sword became blood red after the power of the explosion of the blood lightning seed poured into it. It was like a blood red lightning that tore through the sky and shot out. Even the heavens and earth were overshadowed by this sword. Fast. It was fast to the extreme and violent to the extreme. Within that sword strike, there was an incomparably terrifying power of destruction. The mystery of the line of heaven and earth and the power of the explosion of the perfect blood thunder seed were unleashed to the extreme at this moment. After all, the blood thunder seed was condensed by himself. Once it was detonated, it would affect him and make him feel uncomfortable. But Chunzong endured this discomfort and blasted out this powerful sword. The power of this sword directly surpassed the 3-star level and reached the level of an ordinary 4-star level. This sword was aimed at the red dragon's right eye. First, it was an extremely powerful sword attack to confuse the red dragon's left eye. Then, it was an even more powerful sword attack to the right eye. This was the real killing move. The eye was the red dragon's weak point. It was even weaker than the dragon's scales and was easier to injure. This sword was completely out of the red dragon's expectation. It was so fast that it could not be dodged at all. It subconsciously lowered its eyelids. Although the eyelids were tough, they could not withstand the sharpness and violence of this sword. Like a hot knife through butter, the eyelids were instantly pierced through. Under the violent power, the long sword pierced into the red dragon's right eye. Compared to the dragon's eye, this sword looked very small, but its power was very terrifying. Not only did it directly destroy the eyeball, but it also continuously pierced into the red dragon's brain. Intense pain. The intense pain, as if its soul was being torn apart, made the red dragon go berserk. It let out an indescribable roar. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and a shocking suction force burst out. Qinzong was pulled in without any resistance. Chapter 1690. On the Lantern Festival, the Dominator of 6 Realms wishes everyone a happy and prosperous life. Today, the Dominator of 6 Realms will return to his hometown and cause havoc. Due to time constraints, there is only one update, which will be completed at around 9 p.m. The other update will be added tomorrow. Everyone, please follow the official account of the Dominator of 6 Realms. The Dominator of 6 Realms will release the update time and so on in advance. Fresh blood gushed out madly from the Crimson Dragon's right eye like a gushing fountain. The Crimson Dragon's enormous body danced endlessly in the air due to the intense pain. Every single dragon scale on its body burst forth with extremely shocking crimson flames, burning one after another. From afar, it seemed as if it had filled a part of the sky. However, Qinzong had already been swallowed by the Crimson Dragon. Qinzong only felt that he was being swept by a blazing storm and kept moving forward. The blazing storm was crazy and violent, as if it was going to tear him apart. The explosion of the blood lightning seed caused a certain impact on Qinzong's body. For a moment, he felt very uncomfortable. Otherwise, he would not have been swallowed by the red dragon so easily. Now, he should be inside the red dragon's body. When the tempest weakened, Qinzong's surroundings were completely red as numerous lumps protruded out and wriggled ceaselessly, and they formed a dense mass. The sight of this caused Qinzong's entire body to shudder involuntarily. Every single lump of flesh secreted a thick liquid that was like lava, and it was suffused with an extremely blazing aura and a shockingly pungent sour smell. Qinzong had a feeling that this pungent and sour magma-like liquid would corrode and melt him. No matter what, he could not let it touch him. With a dignified expression, the sunken knight's sword was slashed out without hesitation. Its sharpness was shocking. This was the red dragon's stomach, a place specially designed for digestion. Even 9th-grade sacred weapon would be melted after staying here for a while. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the air like lightning, directly slashing at the wall of the stomach and cutting open a lump of flesh. Instantly, the lump of flesh shrank rapidly, instantly spurting out even more scorching acid, almost contaminating the body. Slash, slash, slash. The walls of the stomach were constantly being slashed and torn apart. The intense pain came from the inside of the body, causing the Crimson Dragon to be in incomparable pain. All of the lumps of flesh were crazily spurting out acid. The acid in the stomach rapidly rose, wanting to corrode and dissolve Qinzong. The situation was critical, and Qinzong erupted once again. He ignored the discomfort in his body and attacked with all his might. Wind and fire triple sword, heaven and earth. Outside, the red dragon was in extreme pain. The stomach wall was finally broken open by Qinzong. Following the crack, he turned into a gust of wind and quickly shuttled out. He was almost hit by the acid. After coming out of the stomach, Qinzong saw extremely thick blood vessels and tendons. They were connected in all directions and crisscrossed in a very complicated manner. Slash, 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 slash. His sword Qi was extremely sharp, but the blood vessels in the red dragon's body were also very tough and thick. It was difficult to cut them with one slash. If one slash was not enough, 2 slashes would be enough. If 2 slashes were not enough, 3 slashes would be enough. Slash, 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 slash. Being swallowed into the stomach was also a good opportunity to kill the red dragon. After all, the defense inside the body was not as strong as the surface, and the red dragon's crazy attacks were also missing. That was relatively safer. Of course, it was also very dangerous. For example, if he was affected by the acid just now, he would definitely be seriously injured. Shenzong did not stay where he was, stepping on the thick blood vessels and tendons. He kept rushing forward and waving his sword. His sword was amazing. Thump, thump, thump. Shocking sounds came from afar, like the roar of a drum. As Shenzong kept moving forward, the momentum became more and more powerful. Immediately after, Shenzong saw an incomparably huge blood-red object throbbing continuously. Its surface was covered with thick tendons. From afar, it looked like ferocious, giant pythons entwined and entrenched. The heart. Shenzong was overjoyed. This was the red dragon's heart, one of its important parts. If it was destroyed, it would definitely cause great damage to the red dragon. Approaching, waving the sword, slashing. Heaven and earth were aligned. The shocking slash immediately tore the tendons on the surface of the heart. A wound was opened, and blood oozed out. Wind and fire triple sword. The 3 moves were thrown out and exploded. The red dragon's heart was injured, and it became more and more violent. The endless red dragon's fire suddenly rushed from afar like a raging sea. It was overwhelming, devouring, and burning everything. The amazing heat kept approaching, and Shenzong's face changed greatly. The red dragon's fire was very powerful. He could resist it for a while, but he could not resist it forever. Even if he used the yin and yang sword realm, he could only hold on for a while. Once his strength was exhausted, he would be burned to ashes by the red dragon's fire. At this point in the life-and-death battle, he had seen the dawn of killing the red dragon. He could not let all his previous efforts go to waste. From the beginning of the fierce battle with the red dragon, Shenzong had forgotten that even if he died in the battle, it would not be a real death. The scarlet dragon fire was mighty and majestic, spreading like a torrential flood. The situation was critical. In the face of danger, Shenzong did not panic. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, he stared at the huge heart in front of him, and his eyes shone with a fierce and decisive light. Fight! Fight for a slim chance of survival. Kill! With a slash of his sword, he became one with the sword. In an instant, he turned into an extremely sharp sword light. Carrying the tyrannical power of the line between heaven and earth, it pierced into the red dragon's heart. Shenzong's purpose was to break into the heart and use it to resist the red dragon's fire. At the same time, he would completely destroy the heart from the inside. One thing was for sure. If the red dragon's heart was completely destroyed from the inside, it was likely to die. Even if it did not die, it would be on the verge of death. But at the same time, he had to take the risk. Fight! After breaking into the heart, Shenzong immediately felt the tyrannical force squeezing him, as if it was going to crush him. Moreover, the rich blood essence of the heart carried an extremely high temperature, as if it was going to burn his body. With his body refining cultivation sealed, Shenzong's body could not bear for long. The pressure was too great. Boom! The endless raging crimson dragon fire blasted out like a fire dragon, bombarding Shenzong's heart directly. However, it was blocked and could not hurt Shenzong at all. But in the heart, Shenzong was actually very uncomfortable. He exerted all his strength and swung his sword. Slash! Kill! The sword kept slashing out, cutting and destroying the inside of the heart. The red dragon's heart was more than 2,000 meters long, and its size was also very shocking. It was dozens of meters in size. It was not easy to completely destroy it. Determination, perseverance, determination. At this moment, it was very important. Shenzong could feel his skin gradually melting under the high temperature of the red dragon's blood essence. A sharp pain constantly spread throughout his body. He had to endure the pain while continuously wielding his sword. Kill, kill, kill. His surroundings were constantly being cut and torn, but Chunzong's injuries were also worsening. This was a race of life and death. Would he be killed by the blood essence of the red dragon's heart first? Or would he completely destroy the red dragon's heart first? Once one side could not hold on, they would die first. If Chunzong died first, he would not be able to pass this realm and would fail. If the red dragon died first, Chunzong would pass the 8th realm. Swing the sword. His strength was constantly being consumed, like a river gradually drying up. Chunzong's right arm, which was wielding the sword, gradually became numb and could not feel anything. However, he was still wielding the sword with a strong will. If he had not experienced the tempering of the 6th realm, the 3 punishments platform, and his spiritual will had not been refined, he would not have been able to hold on. The huge heart was constantly being cut, torn, and destroyed. It became more and more broken, and a large amount of vitality was being drained away. Even for a powerful being like the red dragon, the heart was extremely important. Once it was destroyed, the injury would be obvious, and the vitality would be drained away rapidly until it was completely gone. The result would be death. Chunzong's skin all over his body was festering. This was caused by the blood essence of the red dragon's heart. His right arm, which was wielding the sword, had completely lost its feeling. It was difficult to continue wielding the sword. Chunzong did not hesitate to switch to his left hand. He wielded the sword with his left hand without any problems. Countless sword wounds covered the heart, and the vitality was draining away rapidly like a torrent. The red dragon wailed and fell from the sky. Boom! His huge body fell directly into the lava valley, creating a huge crater in the lava ground. Lava flowed out from all directions. It wailed and struggled. Its breathing became softer and softer, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, the red dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. The roar was resounding, but it was filled with sorrow, like the sorrow of a hero past his prime. That was the last roar. The raised head paused, and then the huge eyes lost their luster and vitality. They became dull and lifeless, and the huge head fell heavily. With a bang, the huge dragon head slammed into the ground, making a loud sound like a heavenly drum. Endless ripples spread out. The magma rolled and spread, drowning the red dragon's body little by little. The red dragon's heart had already been cut into pieces. Chunzong was still wielding his sword. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to destroy the heart, completely destroy the heart. The 5 fingers of his left arm tightly grasped the sword hilt, and he raised it with difficulty. The strength in his body had dried up, and only the remaining strength in his broken and charred body was able to lift the sword. He then slowly lowered it. He staggered and almost fell. The fire of the red dragon, which had gone out of control, suddenly exploded. It penetrated through the gap in the heart and rushed toward Chunzong. Chunzong didn't seem to notice it. He didn't resist or dodge. In fact, at this point, Chunzong couldn't resist or dodge even if he wanted to. Because he had exhausted all his strength, his entire consciousness was in a state of chaos and blur. Only the will to destroy his heart was still holding on. The oil lamp had run out. In an instant, Chunzong was hit by the fire of the red dragon. His whole body was thrown high, but his left hand was still tightly grasping the deep night sword. A swordsman should hold the sword in his hand tightly and never give up. Boom! Boom! Chunzong was constantly thrown into the air by the impact of the crimson dragonfire. He was like a broken rag doll, or like he was in the middle of a torrential storm. He was constantly tossed up and down without any ability to resist or defend himself. His consciousness became even more chaotic, but he seemed to be holding his sword tighter and tighter. His entire body seemed to be set ablaze, and the raging flames were burning his body. Chapter 1691. To make up for yesterday's update, chaos, hazy, and misty. It was as if a speck of spiritual light was wandering in the void beyond the heavens, disappearing without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong suddenly woke up. Memories swept over him like a tide, and images flashed through his mind. They were extremely clear. I am still alive. Somewhat surprised, Chunzong suddenly remembered that he was challenging the 8th level of the Bewildering Light realm. Death in the Bewildering Light realm was not real death. That battle was a fierce battle of life and death with the Crimson Dragon. He completely forgot about everything else and just fought desperately, using all his strength to fight continuously and madly. In the end, he should have died. However, it was not real death, but death in the Bewildering Light realm. Death was the same, but it was not real death like the outside world. He was still alive. Chunzong could not help but feel a burst of joy. Then, did he pass the 8th level, or did he fail? Did I pass or fail? Chunzong opened his mouth and said to the chaos, as if he was talking to himself, "Congratulations, Chunzong, you passed the 8th level." A leisurely voice sounded. Chunzong still recognized that voice. It was the cold and stiff voice from before, but at this moment, it had a lot more human feelings. Ecstasy. That ecstasy was like a torrent that directly rushed into the deepest part of Chunzong's heart. He passed. He really passed the 8th level. Those who had not passed the 8th level could not understand the difficulty of the 8th level. And he had finally passed it. This also meant that he could leave the Bewildering Light Sea. However, he could leave, but he could not forget about others. Can I leave the Bewildering Light Sea? Chunzong could not help but ask. After all, it was only said that someone passed the 8th level and left 10,000 years ago. After all, it was just hearsay. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he was not so sure. You can leave the Bewildering Light Sea after passing the 8th level. You could take one person with you. The leisurely voice sounded again. When it fell into Chunzong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He could really leave. However, the latter words made Chunzong frown slightly. He could only bring one person with him? How can we bring more people with us? Chunzong could not help but ask. After passing through the 9th realm and taking control of the Bewildering Light Island, you can take away anyone within the Bewildering Light Ocean. A leisurely voice sounded. Instantly, Chunzong felt a burst of ecstasy. Take control of Bewildering Light Island. Take anyone within the Bewildering Light Ocean and leave. However, with such great benefits, the difficulty would be even more shocking. Excuse me, what is the challenge of the 9th realm? Chunzong asked. The 9th realm is called the Self Realm. A leisurely voice rang out, but it didn't explain in detail. Once you pass through the 9th realm, you can become the master of Bewildering Light Island in the Bewildering Light realm. There will be an additional great opportunity. Her last words seemed to have a hint of playfulness. Chunzong didn't know if it was just his imagination. Chunzong was also attracted by his words. Becoming the master of the Bewildering Light Island at the Bewildering Light realm should be a great fortuitous encounter. What were the other great fortuitous encounters? Perhaps he would only know after passing through the 9th realm. Suddenly, the chaos changed, and Chunzong appeared in the garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and it was extremely beautiful. The fragrance of the flowers was incomparably intoxicating, and it caused Chunzong to be intoxicated. In the depths of the hundreds of flowers, a figure had appeared on a flower chair that was decorated with intoxicating green vines and 7 colored fresh blood. That figure wore pink muslin clothes, and her figure was graceful and enchanting. However, her face seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and it was faintly discernible. It was incomparably mysterious, and it caused one to have the feeling of being peeped at. Chunzong wanted to see the true appearance of her landscape, yet he couldn't. Chunzong calmed his mind, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. With his will, he actually had this kind of desire, and it was truly shocking. May I ask who Senior is? After Chunzong calmed his mind, his expression was solemn, and he cupped his hands in greeting. You can call me Huaji. When that voice rang out, Chunzong was sure that it was the person who spoke before. Although this voice contained a bit of laziness and a bit of playfulness, under the mixture, there was an intoxicating charm that caused one to be unable to help but want to delve deeper into it. It was like a kitten's claws, lightly hooking onto one's heart. Even with Chun Zong's willpower, he couldn't help but have layers of ripples, and he couldn't help but be moved. It wasn't that he was moved by this person, but it was an indescribable feeling. This caused Chun Zong to be even more vigilant. At that moment, Chun Zong seemed to have seen a hint of a playful smile from the other party's pair of incomparably intoxicating eyes that were filled with charm. I've been guarding here for many, many years. Hua Ji spoke again, and her voice was even more serene. I've been waiting for someone who can pass through the bewildering light realm. It's just that, until now, no one has been able to do it. As she spoke, Hua Ji's beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through time and space and landed on Chun Zong, causing Chun Zong to feel as if he was seen through. Until now, you're the person with the greatest hope of passing through the bewildering light realm. The so-called passing through the bewildering light realm referred to passing through everything from the first realm to the ninth realm. May I ask, Senior, what's the origin of the bewildering light realm? Chun Zong couldn't help but ask. If you can pass through the ninth realm, you'll naturally know, Hua Ji said with a smile. In other words, if he couldn't pass through the ninth realm, he didn't have the qualifications to know. Even if he knew, it would be useless and it would just increase his burden for no reason. Then, what if I can't pass through the ninth realm? Chun Zong asked again. The difficulty of the ninth realm was probably higher than the eighth realm, and it might even be higher by a lot. Could he pass through it on his first try? If he couldn't pass through it, then what? He had to understand all of this clearly. If you pass through the eighth realm, you can leave the bewildering light sea at any time and take one person with you. At the same time, you'll also obtain the qualifications to return to the bewildering light island. Hua Ji smiled faintly and said with a hint of playfulness, in the outside world, you can also return to the bewildering light island and continue to challenge the bewildering light realm until you pass through the ninth realm. Hearing this, a wave of joy surged into his heart. So there was such a thing. Rumor has it that the Myriad Star King once challenged the eighth realm 10,000 years ago. Didn't he challenge the ninth realm? Chun Zong thought of this and asked curiously. The Myriad Star King. He's not qualified, Hua Ji said leisurely. To challenge the ninth realm of the bewildering light realm, you can't be more than 500 years old. The Myriad Star King had stayed on the bewildering light island for thousands of years. In addition to his own cultivation time, even if it wasn't 10,000 years, it was far more than 500 years. He didn't expect there to be such a restriction. I want to challenge the ninth realm, Chun Zong said without hesitation after pondering for a while. Perhaps this challenge would end in failure, but he had to know what kind of challenge the ninth realm was. If he could pass through it on his first try, it would be great. If he couldn't, at least he had to know how difficult it was. As you wish, Hua Ji smiled. Hua Ji smiled. Her pink dress seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Then, everything in front of her disappeared, returning to the primal chaos. In the next breath, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed and swept past. That sword light seemed to tear the chaos apart, as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. Rhythmic footsteps also sounded. From the end of the dark void, one step at a time, slowly approaching. This place was no longer chaos, but darkness. At the end of the darkness, the figure walking over made Chun Zong's pupils shrink to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. That was Chun Zong. Another sword attack came extremely fast, accompanied by wind and fire. The next sword attack, thunder and lightning exploded, and the sword broke through the air, extremely violent. Sword attack, sword attack, sword attack. The other party kept attacking with his sword, and the sword light was like a flood bursting a dam, majestic and unstoppable. It made Chun Zong feel breathless and almost suffocated. Too fast, too fierce, too strong, too fierce. Chapter 1692. Second update. Taishan Realm was one of the 9 realms in Tianyuan Sacred Realm, and it was also the most prosperous and powerful one. Sect after sect stood in great numbers in Taishan Realm. Cultivators and geniuses came out in large numbers, competing with each other. The cultivation atmosphere was stronger here than in other realms. In terms of territory, Taishan Realm was also larger than the other realms. Only Ancient Suppression Realm and Tianlin Realm could compare. Taishan Mountain was the largest mountain range in Taishan Realm. It stretched for thousands of miles and wrapped around Taishan Realm in a semicircle. The tallest mountain was 9,999 meters high, and the lowest was 2,000 or 3,000 meters high. It was located in a corner of Taishan Mountain at the foot of a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. It was lush with vegetation, but no one passed by. The wind blew gently, and the leaves swayed. The sound of rustling could be heard constantly, like a beautiful movement, quiet and moving. In the next moment, the silence was broken. 2 rays of light seemed to fall from the sky, but also seemed to be born from nothingness. They appeared abruptly at the foot of the mountain, and the light quickly became stronger. They were 2 balls of gray chaotic light, about the height of a person. When the gray chaotic light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. One was old, and one was young. The old man looked gentle, and there was a majestic force around him. It was the strongest cultivator on Bewildering Light Island, the king of mountain and sea, who had elite 7-star combat ability. The young man wore a white sword robe, and his expression was calm. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky. It was difficult to feel any strong aura around him, but if one's perception was strong enough, they could feel a trace of sharpness from him. He was the current Jiandi, Chunzong, who had stayed on Bewildering Light Island for more than 10 years and had finally reached the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm. After reaching the 8th level of the Bewildering Light Realm, one could leave the Bewildering Light Sea and take one person with them to any realm in Tianyuan Sacred Realm. Brother, I've been away for thousands of years, and I don't know how my family is doing. If you have time, you can come to the Sioux clan of Taishan City to find me, the king of mountain and sea said to Chunzong. He seemed to be in a hurry. Brother, you go first, Chunzong said with a smile. I will visit you again in the future. Farewell, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord of the Mountains and Seas rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and sped away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Chunzong's sight. Chunzong looked around, then flew off in a different direction from King Mountain and Sea, like a gust of heavenly wind. Since he only brought the king of mountain and sea with him, it meant that Chunzong had failed to challenge the 9th level of the Confusion Realm. Previously, Chunzong had considered that if he could only take one person with him, he would prioritize the Tiangong Elder and the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong. After that, he would go for the king of the mountain and sea. Although the king of the mountain and sea had helped him a lot, Chunzong had made it clear at the beginning. King Mountain Sea agreed. When Chunzong found out that he could become the Bewildering Light Realm Master of Bewildering Light Island after passing through the 9th realm and could take away anyone he wanted, he was tempted and took action to challenge him. Unfortunately, the opponent in the 9th realm, Self Realm, was very difficult to deal with. He felt that he was not as strong as Red Dragon. After all, he was like another Chunzong with the same cultivation, ability, and swordsmanship. However, during the battle, Chunzong found that his opponent's application of his strength and martial arts seemed to be more exquisite than his. Moreover, he only used the same strength in every attack, but the power he unleashed seemed to be stronger than his. In a battle between experts, a small gap would evolve into a life and death gap. Moreover, the opponent in the Self Realm, Chunzong, was very strong. He knew everything that Chunzong knew, and every sword attack was at its peak. Yes, after Chunzong lost in the first challenge, he thought for a while and then challenged again. The 3rd time, the 4th time, he challenged again and again, but he was defeated again and again. However, this did not make Chunzong discouraged. Instead, it aroused his strong fighting spirit. Although he had been defeated several times, Chunzong was clear about one thing. His opponent, the other him, was very strong. Moreover, his condition was always at its peak. Regardless of whether it was due to the consumption of strength or other reasons, the power of every sword attack would not be weakened. Chunzong was a very outstanding cultivator. His control of strength was far better than many people. Therefore, he understood that in a battle, especially in a high-intensity battle, it was impossible to always be at the peak. After all, at the beginning of the battle, as the intensity increased, the pressure on him would also increase. Under such circumstances, sometimes his attacks would become hasty. Once he was hasty, it meant that he did not have enough strength. Another point was that fighting would consume one's strength, physical strength, mental strength, and so on. Once they were consumed, he would not be able to be at his peak. When he attacked, the power of his attacks would inevitably be affected. Therefore, it was impossible for every attack to be at the peak of one's strength. Instead, there would be a fluctuation. However, under the sword of his opponent, who was at the 9th level of the Confusion Realm, there was no fluctuation. Every sword attack was at the peak of one's strength. Moreover, his opponent's swordsmanship was not inferior to his at all. In fact, his opponent was even better. In this way, Chunzong could compete with him in the beginning. However, he would soon be at a disadvantage and even be defeated in the end. He felt that his opponent's strength was like a monster that would never be consumed. However, after a few challenges, Chunzong also grasped one point. His opponent was the same as him. His strength would be constantly consumed. However, the consumption of strength would not affect his condition at all. 9 challenges, all 9 of them were defeated. Even though his mastery of swordsmanship had improved in the later battles, allowing him to fight on par with his opponent for a longer period of time, the problem was that his strength, stamina, and spirit would be depleted. His condition would deteriorate imperceptibly, but his opponent wouldn't. As such, in the end, he would still be the one to lose. This was different from the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon at the 8th level. In the life and death battle with the Crimson Dragon, once the Crimson Dragon was injured, it would also weaken, lose its vitality, and eventually die. However, his opponent in the Self Realm would not. The consumption of essence, chi, and spirit and injuries would not affect him at all. Faced with such an opponent, Chunzong realized that it was really difficult for him to defeat him, unless he could be like his opponent and be at the peak all the time. That should be a secret technique. No, it should be a special state, Chunzong said to himself. After 9 challenges, with his own high comprehension, Chunzong gradually grasped some of the mysteries. However, it was just a clue. He had not comprehended it yet, but it was a good start. Chunzong did not know how long it would take for him to comprehend and master that state. Therefore, he had to leave the bewildering light see first. Then there was the problem. He had only passed the 8th level. Hua Ji seemed to see Chunzong in a new light. She agreed to Chunzong's request and brought the Tiangong elder directly to the Bewildering Light Island to live there. At the request of the Mountain and Sea King, Chunzong gathered the Tiangong elder, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong, and the Mountain and Sea King Su Ziyue, and explained the situation. Who would leave first? This was a problem. After all, no one wanted to stay in the Bewildering Light Sea for a long time. The longer one stayed, the more desperate one would be. The Mountain and Sea King was eager to leave this place. After all, he had been here for thousands of years. Without the ability of a Myriad Star King, he could not pass the 8th level with his own ability. The Mountain and Sea King proposed compensation to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong elder. First, the cave abode would belong to them. They could cultivate and live in the cave abode of the Mountain and Sea King. Secondly, the Mountain and Sea King would enter the Bewildering Light Sea to hunt the Fog Demon and obtain the Fog Essence. He would give it to Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong elder to ensure that they did not have to pay the Fog Essence for 100 years and could focus on cultivating on the Bewildering Light Island. The last point was Chunzong's request. That was the Blood Killer King. The Blood Killer King had a twisted mind. If Chunzong left, he might attack the Tiangong elder. The Tiangong elder had the combat strength of an ordinary 5-star. He was not weak, but he was no match for the Blood Killer King. Although there was a 10-year protection period, 10 years was actually very short. Even if the Tiangong Elder's strength improved in 10 years, he would probably only be an elite 5-star. He was still no match for the Blood Killer King. Although Qinzong wanted to fight the Blood Killer King himself, he also knew that his current strength was far from being a match for the Blood Killer King. In order to ensure his safety and avoid future troubles, he asked the Mountain and Sea King to deal with the Blood Killer King. In the battle, the Blood Killer King was seriously injured. He escaped into the Bewildering Light Sea with a secret treasure and left the Bewildering Light Island. According to the Mountain and Sea King, even if the Blood Killer King did not die in the Bewildering Light Sea, he would not be able to cause trouble for 50 years with his serious injuries. However, in order to be sure, Qinzong added a second layer of insurance. That was the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. Both of them had the combat strength of an ordinary 7-star. Qinzong's condition was that when he passed through the 9th realm, he would take them away. What they had to do was to take care of the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder so that they would not be attacked or killed on the Bewildering Light Island. As for the other things, such as the Silver Blade King and the Tiangong Elder entering the Bewildering Light Sea to hunt the Fog Devil, their safety had nothing to do with the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King. They would do their best in exchange for a chance to leave. The Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King both agreed after thinking for a while. Double insurance, everyone was happy. If that was the case, Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder would not be able to survive. If he came to take them away, it could only be said that this was their fate. Self-realm, Qinzong thought to himself as he flew rapidly. It was a kind of mystery. If he could pry into the mystery, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. However, this mystery was too profound. It was not that easy. However, he could return to the Bewildering Light Island and challenge the Bewildering Light Realm again to hone himself and better understand the mysterious mystery. As for now, he was going to the place where the ancient Shura sect used to be. According to what the ancient Shura king had told him, the ancient Shura sect should be located in the boundary of Tai Luo City. The cities of the highest profundity realm were named after the word Tai. Chapter 1693. Third update. Supreme Saint-level cultivators stood at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan sacred realm. They were the ultimate cultivators, but there were very few of them. In the Xianyuan realm, there were only 3 or 4 supreme saint-level cultivators in such a large realm. 2 were Xianyuan Sage and Xiantian Divine General of the Xianyuan dynasty, and the other 2 belonged to the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. The Taishan realm was the head of the 9 realms and was the most powerful. The Ancient Suppression realm and the Tianlin realm were considered equals, but they were still somewhat inferior. Even so, there are definitely no more than 6 supreme saint-level cultivators in the Taishan realm. In a vast majority of sect forces, the strongest cultivator was half a step into the supreme saint level. The ancient Shura clan had been a famous sect in the Taishan realm, because its leader, the ancient Shura king, was a powerful cultivator half a step into the supreme saint level. His combat ability had reached the elite 7-star level, and he was one of the strongest among the many half a step into the supreme saint level cultivators. But now, thousands of years had passed, and they had lost a powerful cultivator like the ancient Shura king, and had a powerful cultivator like the Rakshasa king with ill intentions. No one knew how the ancient Shura clan was doing now. Had it disbanded? Disappeared? Or did it still exist? If it still existed, so what? Daluo City was one of the many cities in the Taishan realm. It was a large city, and there were many clans and sects in the city. They were clearly divided, but they also secretly competed with each other for resources and so on. But not all forces were located in Daluo City, especially sect forces, which were often located outside of Daluo City. Tai Luo City was a city and also the name of a territory. With the huge city as the center, everything within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles belonged to Tai Luo City. It was the territory of the city. North of Daluo City was a section of the Taishan mountain range called Mount Daluo. It was easy to remember the name. In fact, many cities were related to the Taishan mountain range. After all, the Taishan mountain range surrounded half of the Taishan realm. Mount Daluo was only a section of the Taishan mountain range, perhaps only a few tenths of it, but it was still very large. Its highest peak was more than 6,000 meters high. At a glance, there were dozens of peaks, and the higher they were, the more ethereal they seemed to be shrouded in clouds. There were quite a few sects within Mount Daluo. The lowest peak was about 2,000 meters high. It was located in a remote area with sparse vegetation. The fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth was also relatively weak. Compared to the other peaks, it was much worse. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be any sect that would choose such an environment where the vitality was relatively thin as a sect, but there was one on this mountain peak. A figure appeared at the foot of the mountain and walked up the broken stairs step by step. This flight of stairs was very long, but there were gaps everywhere. It looked like it had been affected by some kind of battle. The traces were still very fresh, so it was possible that the battle had happened not long ago. An old and somewhat dilapidated mountain gate stood halfway up the mountain. It was mottled with many scratches and holes, as if it was on the verge of collapse in the wind. It was unknown when it would collapse. At the foot of the mountain gate, two figures were leaning against the mountain gate with a lazy look. They looked like two young people, but they did not have the vigor that young people should have. Instead, they were full of decadence. At this moment, a figure quickly walked down from above. "Senior Brother Lin, where are you going?" One of the disciples on the right raised his head and asked in surprise. "Junior Brothers, this is the last time I will call you Junior Brothers." The person walking down from above had a bitter expression. "I can't stay here any longer. Farewell." After saying this person passed through the mountain gate. His footsteps were even faster as he quickly descended. "Sigh, another one has left." The disciple who had asked the question let out a long sigh, his expression miserable. "Coward!" The other disciple spat and said angrily, "A few years ago, he swore to live and die with the sect. That's right. Even if he wants to leave, he should wait until after the Zenith Gathering." The disciple on the right side. "The Zenith Gathering? Do you think we still have any hope?" The disciple on the left sneered. "I don't know how long our sect can last." The disciple on the right was like a snake that had its spine pulled out. He was even weaker now, leaning against the mountain gate as if he was about to slip and fall. "Who knows? Anyway, I've already decided. When we really can't hold on and disband, I'll go back and do business with my father." The disciple on the left let out a long sigh. "Anyway, I'm not cut out for cultivation. Otherwise, I'll make those traitors regret it." When the word traitor was mentioned, a hint of hatred appeared in both of their eyes. If it weren't for the traitors, even if the sect was gradually declining, it wouldn't have fallen so quickly. At the very least, it could have held on for a little longer, unlike now where the people's hearts were scattered. At the foot of the mountain, a white-robed figure with a long sword at his waist was walking up the mountain at a moderate pace. His expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. The person rushing down the mountain looked at the person climbing up the mountain in surprise. If it were any other time, he would have greeted the person, but now it didn't matter. The two figures passed each other quickly. Looking back slightly, he could see the figure rushing down the mountain. It seemed that the person was running away, and his back looked a little embarrassed. Looking away, Chunzong continued to climb the mountain. Gradually, Chunzong saw a dilapidated ancient mountain gate. There were 3 big golden words on it, Azura Sect. Chunzong followed the information given by the ancient Azura King. After arriving at Tai Luo City, he went straight to the Heaven Response Tower. The Heaven Response Tower was spread all over the profound world and was the most well-informed force in the profound world. If he wanted to know any information, he could just ask the Heaven Response Tower. Of course, he had to pay a corresponding fee. The fee was closely related to the secret and preciousness of the information. If even the Heaven's Response Pavilion didn't know about this, then it was almost impossible for others to know about it. except for a few well-hidden secrets belonging to various powerful sects. Only the masters of various sects had the qualifications to know about it. The ancient Azura sect that Chunzong wanted to ask about was not a secret, nor was it a precious information. Therefore, the fee was not high. Now, Chunzong came to find him. The Azura sect, not the ancient Azura sect. This was caused by the unforeseen event many years ago. The sect had declined, and even its name was no longer as glorious as it used to be. From the dilapidated steps and dilapidated ancient mountain gate, as well as the dispirited spirit of the two disciples guarding the mountain gate, Chunzong could tell that the Azura sect, or the ancient Azura sect, was not in a good situation. It could even be said that they were in a terrible situation. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate also saw Chunzong, a stranger. There was no insignia of any sect on his robe. In an instant, the two of them saw him clearly. They immediately stood straight with a smile on their faces. "Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you to our Azura sect?" The disciple on the right asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. They called Chunzong sir because Chunzong looked very young, about the same age as them. He didn't seem to be a disciple of any sect. "Is the Azura sect recruiting disciples?" Chunzong asked with a slight smile. Chunzong already knew about the ancient Azura sect, which was the current Azura sect from the Heavenly Response Tower, swaying in the wind and rain. Then, he should do his best to fulfill the ancient Azura king's last wish and revive the ancient Azura sect. At least, he should let it continue to pass on its legacy and not disband and disappear in the long river of time. Then, how could he save it? At least, he had to become a member of it. When the two disciples guarding the mountain gate heard this, they were completely stunned. Was he here to join the sect? Was he hallucinating? During this period of time, all they heard and saw were the disciples leaving the sect. Some were poached by other sects, some left on their own to join other sects, and some left to make a living. In short, no matter what it was, there were only those who left, but no one came to join the sect. Therefore, the two of them felt that it was inconceivable, and that was why they were so surprised. What? Is the Azura sect not accepting disciples now? Chunzong asked again. "Sir, do you know about the current situation of the Azura sect?" The disciple on the right immediately asked. "I've heard about it," Chunzong said. "Then, sir, you should know that the Azura sect is in a precarious situation now. Disciples are constantly leaving the sect. Now, there are only a few dozen people left in the sect, from the sect leader to the elders. We don't know when the sect will disband." The disciple on the right said again. Of course, it was a good thing that someone wanted to join the sect. However, with the sect's current situation, and the other party had heard about it, but still wanted to join the sect. This was different. If he really did join the sect and regretted leaving, it would be a huge blow. There was another concern. "Sir, tell us your real purpose." The disciple on the left's eyes became cold and sharp, and a strong aura filled the air. It immediately locked onto Chunzong. That aura contained a kind of evil spirit, although it was very faint. Obviously, under these circumstances, no normal person would want to join the sect, unless they had other motives. Naturally, Chunzong's action was suspicious. Chunzong's expression did not change when he was locked on by the two chi filled with murderous intent. This was because the cultivation of these two people was very low. They were only half a step away from a saint level. There was a huge difference between them and him. How could an ant shake an elephant? I sincerely want to join the Azura sect. Please inform the sect leader. Chunzong said with a faint smile. Under the pressure of the two people's auras, Chunzong's expression didn't change. Instantly, the two people's expressions turned serious. "Fine, I'll inform the elders and see what your purpose is." The disciple on the left snorted coldly. Then, he took out an item and transmitted it to the sect elder. Not long after, a strong aura appeared and approached at an alarming speed. Chunzong also saw a figure appear at the top of the stairs. Like a flash of light, the figure rushed down rapidly. Chunzong knew from the fluctuation of the aura that this person was a sixth heaven saint realm expert. Well, At least for many cultivators, this person was a strong expert. Of course, to him, this person was nothing. After all, Chunzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth heaven saint realm. Chapter 1694. First update, second update, 9 p.m. At the entrance of the Shura sect, a 6th-level Saint Realm Elder in a gray robe stood firmly on the steps with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, there was a hint of weariness on his face, as if he was exhausted. The unstable situation of the Shura sect during this period of time had drained him mentally and physically. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. Who are you? What brings you to the Shura sect? The gray-robed elder stared at Chunzong. He looked young, but there was an unfathomable feeling about him. Therefore, the gray-robed elder did not dare to act rashly in case he offended him. If the other party was strong, it would be one disaster after another for the Shura sect. My name is Chunzong. I'm here to join the Shura sect, Chunzong said with a smile. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted when he heard this. He stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through him and determine if he was telling the truth. If it was in the past, he would not have doubted it. But now, a seemingly unfathomable person wanted to join the Shura sect, which was already in decline and who knew how long it would last. What a joke. The elder was furious. This person was obviously here to make fun of the Shura sect. It was even possible that he was sent by other sects to further suppress the Shura sect. Don't be angry. I know the current situation of the Shura sect, and what I bring is hope, Chunzong said calmly as he stared at the gray-robed elder without fear. His gaze was clear and deep, without a trace of malice. The gray-robed elder fell silent. The two disciples guarding the entrance stared at Chunzong without saying a word. With the elder present, there was no room for them to interrupt. Please follow me. The gray-robed elder finally opened his mouth and said, in his heart, he more or less still held onto a trace of hope. After all, the Shura sect was on the verge of disbanding. However, they did not want the Shura sect to disband. This was the root of many of them. From a very young age, they lived, cultivated, and grew up here. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to seize it. Furthermore, he felt that this person was not sent by other sects to suppress the Azura Gate. Under the guidance of the gray-robed elder, Chunzong quickly walked up the stairs. Subconsciously, the gray-robed elder used his full speed to test the other party, but when he found that the other party was following him casually, his heart became heavier. Even though he wasn't the strongest person in the Azura Gate, he was still one of the top 3. If this person truly harbored ill intentions towards the Shura sect, perhaps today would be the day that the Shura sect was truly disbanded. I'm a 5th elder of the Shura Gate, the gray-robed elder said to Chunzong. It didn't take long for Chunzong to be brought to the Azura's Gate main hall. Although it was called a great hall, it wasn't very big. Moreover, it was a bit old and dilapidated. It seemed that it had been affected by the battle and hadn't been repaired yet. As far as the eye could see, some of the palaces had completely collapsed. On the whole, this was a small, run-down sect. As the 5th elder stepped into the dilapidated Great Hall, there was only one person inside. A burly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was dressed in a short gray robe. His aura was restrained, but Chunzong could keenly feel the fluctuations of his aura, which contained a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura wasn't formed by killing too many people, but by the Azura Gate's cultivation method. With one glance, Chunzong determined the middle-aged man's cultivation level. 7th level, Saint Realm. Sovereign. The 5th elder bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. This person wishes to join the Azura Gate. Hearing this, the sovereign immediately stood up and emitted an oppressive aura. His tiger-like eyes stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through him. The sovereign was even more surprised than the 5th elder. How should I address you? The sovereign spoke in a deep voice that faintly emitted an oppressive aura. Chun Xiao. Chunzong replied unhurriedly. The name he used was naturally the Azura doppelganger's name. The name Chunzong was relatively well known. Jiani Chunzong. Although there were countless people in the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred region, there were many people with the same name. In addition, it had been more than a decade since Chunzong detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower titled Jiani. During this period of time, countless things big and small had happened. Moreover, Chunzong had disappeared for more than a decade, so it was unlikely that anyone would associate him with someone else. However, to be cautious, Chunzong still didn't use his real name. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although his current strength wasn't weak, enough to erupt with the combat strength of a 3-star elite, there were still 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and so on above 3-star. There were even 7-star and 8-star existences. Any level was stronger than he was now. Chunzong pondered deeply. Firstly, he was considered famous in the Upper Yuan realm. There was no guarantee that the news would not spread to the highest profundity realm. Therefore, it was likely that many experts in the highest profundity realm knew about it. If they knew that he had appeared here, it was likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, the news that he had escaped into the bewildering light sea might also spread. If he appeared in the highest profundity realm after more than a decade, wouldn't it mean that he had the ability to leave the bewildering light sea? For many experts, it would certainly be a great attraction. Using the name Chunxiu was different. This was the name of his doppelganger, which had never appeared before. As for his appearance, in fact, there were many people who knew the name Chunzong, but not many people had seen his appearance, especially in the highest profundity realm. However, out of caution, Chunzong still made some slight adjustments to his appearance, so that he looked a little different from his original appearance. Even those who were more familiar with him would only think that he looked a little similar to Chunzong, nothing more. As for why he did not let his doppelganger Chunxiu take action directly, it was very simple. After all, Chunxiu was not flesh and blood. He could hide it from most people, but it was difficult to hide it from some experts. If any clues were found out, the consequences would be even more serious. His purpose was not only to revive the Shura sect, but also to avenge the ancient Shura king. The ancient Shura king had been an expert of the half-step Great Saint realm for thousands of years. Now that thousands of years had passed, it was hard to say whether his strength had become even stronger. In short, everything should be done boldly and carefully. This was also the trouble of more than a decade ago, which made Chunzong understand this point even more. At the end of the day, everything was due to the fact that they were not strong enough. Your Excellency Chunxiu, why do you want to join the Shura sect? The sect master asked very directly. Firstly, it was because of his personality, and secondly, in the current situation, he was not in the mood to do any probing. On the other hand, Chunzong directly released his own aura fluctuation, which contained an extremely pure and rich evil spirit. The sect master and the 5th elder's expressions changed. They could only feel that the evil spirit exuding from Chunzong's body was terrifyingly pure, not knowing how much better it was than theirs. Moreover, it seemed to be of the same origin as their evil spirit. Could it be an illusion? Unless it was a cultivation method of the same origin, even if it was different cultivation methods of the same power, if there was no connection between them, there would be obvious differences in the power cultivated. However, the aura fluctuation exuding from Chunzong's body was somewhat similar to their own evil spirit. The sect master and the 5th elder were instantly bewildered. In the early years, I once received the inheritance of a senior. Chunzong smiled, neither too fast nor too slow. That senior told me that if one day, when I have the ability, I should find the ancient Shura sect. The ancient Shura sect. This made the sect master and the 5th elder reminisce. The ancient Shura sect represented the glorious past. The ancient Shura sect represented the fallen present. May I know which senior's inheritance did you receive? The sect master couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with excitement. The cultivation methods I practice are the incineration Azura skill and the incineration Azura sword skill, Chunzong said, As for the senior's honorific, it's not the right time to reveal it. The Incineration Azura skill. The Incineration Azura sword skill. The sect master and the fifth elder exclaimed at the same time. These were the ancient Shura sect's most precious cultivation methods and martial arts. But to them, they only existed in legends because they had been lost thousands of years ago. Currently, the most advanced cultivation methods and martial arts in the ancient Shura sect were the Saint grade. Although the Incineration Azura skill and the sword skill were incomplete, they were still top-grade Saint grade, not something a Saint grade could compare to. Of course, the burning evil Azura skill and swordsmanship that the ancient Azura king cultivated were not incomplete. The last two levels were completed by the ancient Azura king himself. According to his own situation, they were only suitable for himself. Therefore, they were not passed down. Infernal energy of the same origin. The Incineration Azura skill and the sword skill. This caused the sect leader and the fifth elder to subconsciously feel closer to Chunzong. Their expressions also became gentler. The person who could pass down the Incineration Azura skill and the sword skill must be an expert from the ancient Shura sect, probably one of the elders. Therefore, from a certain point of view, this Chen Xiao could be considered a member of the ancient Shura sect, having a relationship with the ancient Shura sect. It was reasonable for him to want to join the ancient Shura sect. However, the sect master and the fifth elder seemed to have thought of a difficult problem, their brows furrowed. Little friend Chen Xiao, you should be aware of the current situation in the ancient Shura sect. With your ability, there is no need for you to get involved in this mess. The sect master thought for a moment and said in a low voice. He was trying to persuade Chunzong. Of course, they were happy that Chunzong was willing to join the ancient Shura sect, but they did not think it was necessary. After all, one person's strength was not enough to turn the situation around. The disbandment of the ancient Shura sect seemed to be a trend, an irresistible trend. It would be a waste of someone else's future. Although they did not know Chan Xiu's ability and cultivation level, they knew that he was not weak. If he joined another sect, he would be valued and have a better future. If the ancient Shura sect was still strong, I wouldn't have come. Chunzong smiled faintly, but his words revealed a shocking confidence. Chapter 1695. It was easy to add flowers to brocade. It was difficult to provide timely help. The Azura sect was currently in a precarious situation, on the verge of disintegration. It was already good enough that no one came to trample on them. Who would want to join the Azura sect and endure this calamity together? This Chen Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Azura sect senior and knew about the Azura sect's current situation. He could have ignored them completely and had a better future. After all, the Azura sect and the ancient Azura sect were of the same origin, but to a certain extent, they were different. But he still came. This was a kindness that made the sect master and the fifth elder extremely grateful. They immediately gathered everyone in the Azura sect outside the main hall. This was to let Chunzong know everyone, and also to let everyone know about Chunzong. Another point was to let the disciples know that there was still hope for the Azura sect, even if it was just a false hope to deceive others and themselves. Soon, the two disciples guarding the mountain gate were also gathered. There weren't many people in front of him. Chunzong swept his gaze over them and counted only 30 or so people. Including the sect master and the fifth elder, there were less than 40 people. Thinking back to when the ancient Azura king was still around, the ancient Azura sect was extremely powerful. There were more than 10,000 people in total, unlike now, where there were only 2 or 3 kittens. Not only were there far fewer people than when the ancient Azura sect was at its peak, but their cultivation was also far inferior. The difference was like heaven and earth. For example, the person with the highest cultivation base was naturally the sect master, who was at the 7th heaven saint realm, followed by the 5th elder, who was at the 6th heaven saint realm. Naturally, there would be the great elder, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and so on. However, the Grand Elder had yet to recover from his serious injuries and was in seclusion to recuperate. The 2nd Elder, third elder and fourth elder had either died or left. Among the elders, only the fifth elder was left. Below the elders were the deacons. There were only 3 of them left, and their cultivation was at third and fourth heaven saint realm, respectively. The rest were all disciples. Among these disciples, the highest cultivation was at first heaven saint realm, and the lowest was at transcendence realm. This was the current strength of the Azura sect's disciples. Sure enough, it was very miserable. It was completely like a small, broken sect. When they heard that this white-robed young man with an extraordinary demeanor was actually a new disciple of the Azura Gate, other than the sovereign and the fifth elder, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. It was as if he had encountered some sort of miraculous story. It was inconceivable. As members of the Shura sect, they were well aware of the current situation of the Shura sect. The fact that they didn't leave meant that they had deep feelings for the Shura sect. How could anyone else join them? If it were them, they wouldn't even know if they could persevere until the very end, let alone talk about joining the Azura's Gate. It was like a dream. However, this white-robed young man didn't look like someone with a screw loose. Could it be that the other party had other intentions? Perhaps this was the only reason. It was just that there was nothing in the Shura Gate that was worth it for others to scheme against. He didn't care about those who were strong, but he didn't dare to care about those who were weak. I once received the inheritance of an elder of the ancient Shura sect. I have a connection with the Azura sect. Qinzong said unhurriedly. It was an explanation. Whether others believed it or not, at least this was the real reason he joined the Azura sect. It was just that he didn't go into details. Hearing Qinzong's words, the disciples instantly felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, they even felt some admiration for him. Of course, they didn't completely believe him. Everything was left to time. In the end, if the other party really had any ulterior motives, the elders and the sovereign would have to take action. They, as disciples, were powerless. Qinzong seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look. Not long after, everyone is here. That saves me a lot of effort. A somewhat mocking voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, 2 tyrannical auras descended from the sky. 2 figures directly rushed to the top of the main hall and looked down from above. One of them was old and the other was young. The old man had a goatee. His cheeks were dry and skinny. His eyes shone brightly, and there was a faint smile on his face. Threads of powerful, dark, and cold aura spread out from his body and merged with the wind, causing the originally cold wind to become even colder as it blew past. The young man was dressed in a long grayish-black robe. His hands were hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe, and there was a faint smile on his face. Similar to the old man with the goatee, his eyes were dark, and there was a faint light hidden in them. Traces of cold aura also spread out from his body. Qinzong could tell the cultivation of these 2 people at a glance. The old man with the goatee was at the 7th heaven saint realm, the same as the sovereign of the Azura sect. The young man's cultivation was at the 3rd heaven saint realm. Being at the 3rd heaven saint realm at such a young age could be considered quite outstanding. He could definitely be considered as a genius. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and a peerless genius. He beaming, "What are you doing here again?" The 5th elder shouted angrily. His robe fluttered in the wind, and a tyrannical aura spread out. Murderous intent rolled out and locked onto the other party. However, the old man with the goatee didn't care at all. His cultivation was at the 7th heaven saint rudiment stage, while the 5th elder was only at the 6th heaven saint rudiment stage. He wasn't a prodigy who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than him, so it didn't affect him at all. The one who was a real threat was the great elder of the Azura sect. Now that he was severely injured, everyone in the Zenith Mountain range knew about it. The other was the sovereign of the Azura sect. However, since they were both at the 7th heaven saint realm, it would not be easy for him to deal with Qinzong. Moreover, the sect behind Qinzong was much stronger than the Azura sect. Based on the 5th elder's words, it seemed like this was not his first time here. Moreover, it seemed like he was up to no good. Of course, this elder is here to discuss something important. He beaming smiled sinisterly. This is my disciple, Chong Wei. This time, my disciple is here to borrow your sect's great fiendish Azura art. Of course, I won't borrow it for free. As soon as he beaming spoke, everyone glared at him. The great fiendish Azura art. What was that? That was the Azura sect's most powerful technique. It was the only high-grade Saint Realm technique in the Azura sect, and it was extremely powerful. Borrowing the great fiendish Azura art was akin to shaking the foundation of the Azura sect. At that time, the secrets of the great fiendish Azura art would be known by everyone. When the news spread, the Azura sect would be defenseless. When the time came, those who cultivated the great fiendish Azura art would be targeted. It would be difficult for them to display their full strength. The great fiendish Azura art is our sect's most powerful technique. I won't borrow it. The sovereign of the Azura sect said in a low voice. I'm definitely going to get this cultivation technique. Chong Wei sneered coldly. His eyes glowed with a dark light, and the frigid aura around him surged. He really wanted to borrow the great fiendish Azura art. He wanted to absorb the essence of the great fiendish Azura art into his body to improve himself. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became tense. The Azura sect disciples glared at him, but they felt powerless. What's going on? Did this elder come the wrong time? Suddenly, another voice rang out. A figure flew across the sky. Under normal circumstances, those who wanted to enter a sect's main hall would usually walk up from the mountain gate to show their respect. Of course, if it was a powerful half-step great sage expert or a great sage expert, no one would have any objections if they came here directly. However, he Beiming and his disciple, as well as the person who just appeared, were obviously Saint Realm masters. Yet they had directly descended from the sky. It was clear that they didn't put the Azura sect in their eyes. It had to be said that this was a tragedy. The tyrannical aura was suffused with a terrifying heat. It was as if an invisible flame was burning. The terrifying heat swept across the sky like a hurricane, covering the sky and earth. It was an extremely shocking scene. Eighth Heaven, Saint Realm. This was an Eighth Heaven Saint Realm Master. An Eighth Heaven Saint Realm Master who cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His aura was extremely terrifying, causing the faces of the Azura sect disciples to turn solemn. The disciples found it difficult to withstand. The Azura sect's overlord and the fifth elder released their auras to cover the crowd, greatly reducing the pressure on them so that they wouldn't collapse on the spot. The Azura sect's overlord had a solemn expression on his face. An Eighth Heaven Saint Realm Master was equivalent to the Azura sect's Great Elder. However, the Great Elder had yet to recover from his injuries. Elder Lai Feng, why have you come to visit our sect? The Azura sect's overlord asked in a deep voice. Of course there's a reason. Otherwise, do you think this elder would be so bored as to come to this godforsaken place? Elder Lai Feng's tone was light, but his words were not polite at all. He directly belittled them. With a flick of his hand, a piece of beast skin appeared in his hand. This is the proof that your Azura sect owes my 100 Blaze sect. It's a total of 1,000 primary heaven pills. Nonsense. The fifth elder immediately rebuked. When did my Azura sect borrow 1,000 primary heaven pills from your 100 Blaze sect? The Azura sect's overlord's face darkened. His eyes emitted a strong light as his tyrannical aura swept out and locked onto Elder Lai Feng. According to Overlord, are you planning to renege on your debt? The faint smile on Elder Lai Feng's face disappeared in an instant. He was filled with anger, as if the Azura sect was really going to renege on their debt. I'm afraid the Azura sect can't take out 1,000 primary heaven pills now. He Beiming suddenly smiled. How about this? I'll be the middleman. Out of respect for me, he Beiming, the 100 Blaze sect will temporarily extend the time limit. However, you can lend my disciple the great fiendish Azura art for half a month. The Azura sect's overlord, the fifth elder, and the group of disciples trembled in anger. Both of their actions were the actions of bandits. One coveted the Azura sect's sect guarding technique, while the other wanted to steal 1,000 primary heaven pills from the Azura sect. Both of them were ferocious beasts with ill intentions. However, these people were strong, and the sects behind them were not something the Azura sect could compare to. Shenzong did not say anything. He was silently observing the situation. He wanted to contribute to the Azura sect, but he also wanted to see if the Azura sect was worthy of his efforts. Although the Azura sect was in a precarious situation, if they did not even have a little bit of backbone left, they would not be able to stand upright. Chapter 1696. First, he received a call from his mother. Then he opened QQ and saw dozens of birthday wishes. Only then did he realize that today was his real birthday. It was the 18th of January in the lunar calendar. At the peak, in front of the main hall, it was a cold and solemn scene. All eyes were focused on the Shura overlord's face. He was the person in charge of the Shura sect. His reaction would determine the life and death of the Shura sect. This sect master reiterates that I will not lend you any cultivation techniques. The so-called debt of 1,000 heaven yuan pills is a lie. The Shura overlord's gaze swept across he Beiming and Elder Lifefoam. His tone was solemn and resolute. So, you're planning to make the Shura sect disappear prematurely? He Beiming's tone became colder and colder. A terrifying cold storm erupted from his body and swept across the area. Everyone felt as if they were frozen solid. It was as if a cold wind from hell had pierced into their bones. Does the Shura sect think that you can't repay your debt? Elder Lifefoam also erupted with a terrifying aura. The blazing wind roared as if it was the wrath of a fierce wind. It was as if it wanted to flay everyone. The tyrannical aura of a 7th Heaven Saint realm and an 8th Heaven Saint realm expert was fully displayed. Even the sect master and the 5th elder would not be able to withstand it. The situation was critical. Our Shura sect will never compromise, even if we have to face destruction. The 1st Heaven Saint realm disciple roared. His face was filled with determination as he released his aura. Even if it was an ant trying to shake a tree, he would not back down. We will never compromise. The other half-step saints and transcendents roared as well. They also released their auras. In an instant, everyone was united as one. It seems that the Shura sect is planning to repay your debt with your lives. Elder Lai Feng's eyes widened. Instantly, the blazing wind was filled with terrifying killing intent. The aura of an 8th Heaven Saint realm expert suppressed the entire area. Even if the sect master, the 5th elder, and the other disciples tried their best, they could barely resist it. The difference in strength brought about by the difference in cultivation was very obvious. Then let's see what right you have to take our lives. There was a loud roar that sounded like the roar of a tiger and a thunderous explosion. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the main hall and appeared beside the Shura overlord with a thunderous roar. He unleashed a powerful aura and resisted the pressure of Elder Liefeng's aura. This was a short old man dressed in a gray robe. His face was haggard and he looked like he was about to die, but he exuded an unyielding will. He glared angrily at he Beiming and his disciple, then stared at Lifefoam. Great Elder! The sect leader and the 5th elder exclaimed in a low voice. The disciples were all startled. Shenzong also stared at him. At first glance, Shenzong could tell that the 1st elder was in a very bad situation. Old Geezer Yin, you're still alive? While Lifefoam was surprised, he suddenly sneered. Even if you're not dead, you actually dare to come out instead of lingering at death's door. You must be tired of living. Even if this old master dies, I'll drag you down with me. The 1st elder stared at Lifefoam and said word by word. The determination in his words was so shocking that it could shake the heavens and earth. Old Geezer Yin, after being hit by the burning heart blood dissipation palm, how much strength do you have left to drag me down with you? Lifefoam was secretly afraid, but he sneered and secretly probed. The burning heart blood palm is now suppressed by this old man's strength. But if this old man were to use all of his strength, do you think you can escape unscathed? The great elder's tone was indifferent, as if he was indifferent to life and death, but it made people even more afraid. Lai Feng's expression changed slightly. This old geezer Yan's cultivation was at the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was even stronger than Lai Feng. If old geezer Yan was at his peak, Lai Feng would not dare to fight him alone. Although old geezer Yan was injured now, if he really went all out, there was no guarantee that he would not be injured. In the worst case, he might even die together with Lai Feng. Lai Feng could see the determination in old geezer Yan's eyes. Old geezer Yan had completely disregarded life and death. Fine, old geezer Yan, you could be considered a famous master of Zenith Mountain, so I'll give you some face today. Lai Feng thought for a moment and immediately said, since that's the case, I won't collect this debt first. I'll give you 3 more days to prepare. As soon as these words came out, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days might be enough for them to make more preparations. You're just a person who has 1 foot in the coffin and is about to die. Why should I give you face? A sudden change occurred. A cold and desolate voice abruptly resounded from afar like a bolt of lightning. Heaven and earth rumbled as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the sky. Immediately, the lightning stopped and a figure stood in mid-air with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. This figure wore a purple robe and had a tall and mighty figure. He had the appearance of a black-haired old man. His eyes were cold and seemed to contain bolts of lightning that leaped endlessly in the void. The moment they were stared at, everyone felt a deep pressure and their bodies went numb. Old geezer Lei, do you want to die? The Shura's Gate great elder's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at old geezer Yin. Old geezer Yin, if you were at your peak, you might be able to contend with me. But now, how much strength do you have left? The purple-robed old geezer Lei sneered. Once you release the suppression of the burning heart-blood dissipating palm, your injuries will instantly erupt. It's enough to take away half of your life. What are you going to use to fight? Old geezer Yan's words made the great elder's short body tremble slightly, as if his life was poked and his body bent a little more. Lai Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was actually deceived and almost retreated. This was a loss of face. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the main hall, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out, crushing everything in its path. The aura of a blazing gale. The aura of a violent thunderbolt. The aura of a cold wind. In an instant, because of the great elder's appearance and decisive decision, the Shura's Gate was once again in a disadvantageous position. From the looks of it, today was the day the Shura's Gate was annihilated. Thinking of this, all the Shura's Gate members revealed bitter expressions. Finally, this moment had come. Basically, those who stayed until now were those who wanted to live and die with the Shura's Gate. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. You came at the wrong time. The Gate Master's apologetic voice suddenly rang in Shenzong's ears. Now, you can leave first. Strictly speaking, you are still not considered a disciple of the Shura's Gate. I will make this clear. Gate Master, are you willing to believe my mother? Shenzong asked in return. The Gate Master was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Believe? How could he believe? Surrounded by strong enemies, the Shura's Gate was on the brink of destruction. What could a mere youngster do? Moreover, these strong enemies were not rogue cultivators. They all had powerful forces behind them. Don't believe? If so, it would be a blow to the Gate Master. Leave the rest to me, Shenzong said again, his tone firm. Immediately, Shenzong took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The tyrannical auras of the 3 Saint Realm Masters seemed to have no effect on him. It was as if they didn't exist. All eyes fell on Shenzong. The Great Elder didn't know what happened earlier. When he saw Shenzong walk out, his face was full of surprise. You want to borrow the secret art? Shenzong stood still and stared at Ibaming. Then, he looked at Elder Lai Feng of the 100 Blaze sect and said, You want to settle your debt? Then, Shenzong's eyes swept over the purple-robed old man and said, Then, what do you want to say? The few of them stared at Shenzong, somewhat bewildered. It was too sudden. Just now, they didn't even notice Shenzong's existence. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Hibaming's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold aura towards Qinzong. My name is Chun Xiao, a disciple of the Azura sect who was left outside. I have returned today. Qinzong smiled and said, from now on, I will take care of everything in the Azura sect. If you have any motives, come at me. He was calm and composed, making it difficult for people to see through him. Who do you think you are? Chong Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. You want the superior saint-tier, great fiendish Azura art, right? As long as you can defeat me, I can give you a cultivation technique even better than the great fiendish Azura art, Chunzong said unhurriedly as he stared at Sun Takashi. The Azura sect master and fifth elder's faces changed drastically. However, they couldn't stop Qinzong. Since you're asking for a defeat, I'll grant you a defeat. As soon as Chong Wei finished speaking, an extremely cold aura burst out from his body. Then he swung his claw. The cold claw tore through the void and struck down from the sky. The cold black claw that was a few meters long came down from the sky and enveloped Qinzong. It was as if it wanted to tear Qinzong into pieces. He didn't show any mercy. Qinzong seemed to be scared out of his wits and didn't move. Beiming's aura locked onto the Azura sect master and fifth elder. If they tried to interfere, he would attack at the same time. As for the first elder, he was locked onto by both Lai Feng and Old Lei's aura. He didn't dare to act rashly. Just as the extremely sharp claw was about to grab Qinzong's left hand was raised neither too fast nor too slow. His index and middle fingers were like ice dragons as they gently slashed out. Chong Wei sneered coldly. How dare you try to block my claw? You must be tired of living. In the next moment, Chong Wei's expression changed drastically. The sharp claw that was a few meters long was instantly split apart. The overbearing power caused it to tremble and dissipate. Then, a flash of sword light appeared in front of him. The flash of sword light was extremely sharp. It was like an aurora that streaked across the sky. At the same time, it was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. Beiming was paying attention to the Azura sect master and fifth elder. He didn't expect his disciple to do that. Before he could react, the sword light struck Chong Wei. Chong Wei's defensive power was instantly shattered. He was sent flying dozens of meters away. The robe at his chest was torn and a long cut appeared. There was also a long sword mark on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. It was just one strike. It was just a casual flash of sword light. However, Chong Wei was injured. This result shocked everyone. They couldn't believe it, especially Chong Wei himself. He couldn't believe it. He was so angry that his body trembled. Chapter 1697. Last night, Lu Sa suddenly said that she had a secret to tell me. Then, she suddenly changed her mind. Six Dao couldn't figure out what it was, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Today, he found out that Lu Sa had secretly ordered a cake to celebrate Six Dao's birthday. He was so touched that he even forgot his own birthday. The sky was dark and gloomy. Chilly winds swept across, roaring, surging, and wantonly fluctuating. A giant claw formed behind Sun Takashi's back. Black smoke billowed out from the claw, and the black claw looked like the claws of an evil spirit that had emerged from the depths of hell. In that instant, Sun Takashi's aura surpassed the third heaven of the Saint Realm, and it was approaching the fourth heaven of the Saint Realm. Beiming nodded his head inwardly. His disciple's talent wasn't bad. A sharp sound rang through the air as the giant black claw tore through the air. It was as if the void was defenseless against it, and it was torn to shreds. The power of this claw was more than twice as strong as before. However, Chunzong's expression was still as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression at all. Even when the sharp claws were about to reach him, he still used the fingers of his left hand like a sword and gently pointed. Suddenly, the sword light pierced through the air and pierced through the sharp claws. Terrifying power spread out in an instant, shattering the sharp claws. The sword light shot out like a hot knife through butter. It was as fast as a meteor. There was no way to dodge it. Soon Takashi, did not even have time to react before he was hit. Pierced through. Blood splattered across the sky. Shunzong didn't intend to kill Tsun Takashi with this attack. Otherwise, he would have pierced through his forehead instead of his shoulder. Even though he had bought information from the Heavenly Response Pavilion and understood the current situation in the Azura Gate, he wasn't the leader of the Azura Gate. He had to be cautious. He didn't have to be cautious from his perspective. He had to be cautious from the perspective of the Azura Gate. Beiming was stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't he able to react in time? Everyone else was shocked as well. From the looks of it, Shunzong wasn't older than Tsun Takashi. However, he was stronger than Tsun Takashi. Even when Tsun Takashi unleashed his full strength, he was still able to break through Tsun Takashi's ultimate move. His sword was already back in its scabbard. It was obvious that he was stronger than Tsun Takashi. The members of the Shura sect were naturally overjoyed. The first elder was surprised by the extremely pure evil chi that was released when Shunzong attacked. This kind of evil chi was extremely terrifying, and it was related to the cultivation method that he practiced. When he attacked just now, Shunzong had borrowed the power of the Azura doppelganger Chinshio. Although he was unable to completely unleash the power of the 32nd level of the Burning Evil Azura skill, due to the difference in his body, he was still able to unleash the power of the 31st level of the Burning Evil Azura skill. Of course, he didn't need to go to such lengths to deal with a Third Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator. He only needed a small portion of his strength, and he didn't even need to use his Tao intent. You dare injure my disciple? Die. Beiming was infuriated. His voice was filled with shocking, killing intent. His aura erupted, and an extremely tyrannical aura descended. It was as cold as a storm. Immediately after, Beiming struck out with a sharp claw. The claw didn't look big, at least much smaller than Tsun Takashi's. However, it was more condensed, as though it was corporeal. The wrath of a 7th-level Saint Realm expert was even more terrifying. The Shura sect's overlord and the 5th elder's faces paled. They couldn't react in time. Beiming's attack was indeed many times stronger than Tsun Takashi's. However, it was still not enough to deal with Shunzong. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword light flashed and tore through the sky in an instant. It went against the heavens and split the sharp claws apart like a hot knife through butter. With extreme sharpness, it streaked across the void and charged towards Beiming. Beiming's face paled. How is this possible? How could a junior split his claw in half? Even the Shura sect's overlord would find it difficult to do so. On the other hand, the Shura sect's members were stunned. The jet black sword light seemed to be the most dazzling light in the world. It tore through the void and caused Beiming's hair to stand on end. Dodge! Beiming executed his movement skill in an instant. His body flickered, leaving behind countless afterimages. After dodging Shunzong's sword, he suddenly attacked from the side. He was like a ghost crane rushing out from hell. His speed was extremely fast and subtle. It was difficult to dodge or defend against. Beiming spread his arms like the wings of a ghost crane. He raised his palms, which were as sharp and cold as the edge of a blade. He tore through the void and charged at Shunzong at an astonishing speed. Tear! It tore through everything in the world, as if it wanted to tear Shunzong's body apart. This was Beiming's true technique. It was the true ability of the ghost crane. If Shunzong was hit, his body could be cut in half in an instant. Of course, this was only the opinion of others. In fact, with Shunzong's body refinement cultivation, even if he stood still and allowed Beiming to attack him, there wouldn't be any problem. The defense brought about by the tyrannical body refinement cultivation of the early stage of the 9th-level Chaotic Heaven Realm was extremely amazing. However, Shunzong wouldn't stand still and allow Beiming to attack him. His feet moved slightly, and his body seemed to dodge in an instant. Beiming's palms sliced through like cold blades, but they only cut through the afterimages left behind by Shunzong. Incomparably sharp sounds rang out continuously. Beiming circled Shunzong, his speed reaching the extreme. He continuously attacked, as if he wanted to cut Shunzong into pieces. However, Chunzong's body swayed like bamboo in the wind, completely avoiding He Beiming's attacks. The Shura, Overlord, and the fifth Elder were stunned. The first Elder's expression was extremely solemn, but there was also an indescribable excitement. Lai Feng and Old Lei were extremely shocked. How could a Shura sect disciple who had just returned from outside possess such strength? How was this possible? It was simply unbelievable. He looked so young, but his strength was so strong. He was definitely a peerless genius. How could a rundown Shura sect have such a disciple? He Beiming unleashed his full strength in a series of attacks, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chunzong's clothes. He Beiming, who was extremely furious, suddenly soared into the sky. He shook his arms, and like a ghost crane spreading its wings, an endless cold aura gushed out. In the sky, a gray ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall quickly condensed into a solid form. The endless cold aura exploded in an instant, turning into a cold wind that wreaked havoc in all directions, covering the sky and earth. He gave it his all. He even used a secret technique. In-wind ghost crane kill. An extremely sharp and terrifying sound filled the air. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out an extremely sharp sound, as if it was going to tear everyone's eardrums. It was extremely painful, as if it was going to split open everyone's head. Soon Takashi's face was filled with excitement, and there was a hint of satisfaction. It's here. Master's ultimate move has appeared. If this attack landed, even if the opponent didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Fall! As He Beiming raised his arms and swung them down, it was as if he was slashing at Chunzong. The ghost crane shadow that was more than 10 meters tall also left He Beiming's body in an instant. It suddenly rushed up, paused for a moment, then quickly changed direction and swooped down. The strength of this attack made the Shura sect Overlord's face turn solemn, and he was extremely wary. Strong. Chunzong still stood in the same spot, looking up. Then, he raised the sunken knight sword slightly. The sword trembled, and a pitch-black sword light that carried an extremely shocking evil aura broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. Under extreme speed, it stretched into a crescent arc and pierced through the air. This wasn't an ultimate move. It was just a simple sword technique driven by the power of the burning evil Shura art. For example, He Beiming alone wasn't enough for him to use any of his ultimate moves. The sword swept through the air, and it went against the heavens, as if it was tearing the sky from the bottom to the top. The sword split into two and went straight for the ghost crane shadow that was swooping down. In just an instant, the crescent moon-like sword light and the ghost crane shadow came into contact. There was no shocking surge of power. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through the ghost crane shadow like a hot knife through butter. It went against the sky like a hot knife through butter, and in just a short moment, the ghost crane was split apart. Soon Takashi's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. He was like a duck that was happily squawking, but suddenly had its neck strangled. It was extremely comical. Old Devil Lei and Lai Feng's expressions were also very interesting. He Beiming was stunned. Sinister Wind Ghost Crane Kill. This was an ultimate move that he had spent hundreds of years to create. With such power, even the Shura sect Overlord wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, it was split apart by his opponent's sword. How was this possible? He didn't have time to think. The pitch-black sword light had already gone against the sky, and a shocking sharpness that emanated from it made him shiver all over. It was as if the sword was going to tear him apart. Shocked, He Beiming hurriedly dodged at full speed. It was a close shave. He Beiming dodged the pitch-black sword light's attack, and he could clearly feel the terrifying sharpness. It was as if his body was going to be split apart. His hair stood on end. It was a bone-chilling feeling that went straight to his soul. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, He Beiming unleashed an extremely powerful aura. Just when everyone thought that he was going to use his ultimate move again, he turned into a streak of light and flew towards Tsun Takashi. He grabbed Tsun Takashi's body and quickly ran down the mountain. He escaped. He Beiming had actually escaped. He Beiming, who was at the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage, had actually escaped from the sword of a young Shura sect disciple. It was simply unbelievable. While Elder Lifeng and Old Lei were slightly startled, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air with an extremely pure, evil aura. That aura actually made them feel a chill that went straight to their bones. "Bastard!" Old Devil Lei roared and struck out with his palm. Purple lightning flashed violently and instantly blasted towards the pitch-black sword light. The sword light shattered, and so did the lightning. Old Devil Lei only felt a terrifying, murderous aura enter his palm and wreak havoc. The purity of the murderous aura shocked him. Although Lai Feng had also shattered the sword light, the murderous aura had also entered his arm. He was secretly shocked. "Don't think that you can challenge me just because you forced he Beiming to retreat." Old Devil Lei dispersed the murderous aura in his palm. Purple lightning flashed around his body and spread rapidly, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Then he struck out with his palm. Great purple lightning palm. The palm imprint covered in purple lightning shot towards Chunzong. The kind of power made the Azura's Gate disciples tremble in fear. It was as if this attack would destroy everything in the Shura sect. Chapter 1698. Little Rice Dumpling needs to show off once in a while. Purple Lightning Palm. Violent Gale Slash. In an instant, Chunzong faced the combined attack of two 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Even the Grand Elder at his peak would not dare to take this attack head-on. On the other hand, Chunzong's expression did not change. He was still as calm as ever. He slowly raised the Sunken Knight's sword and placed it horizontally in front of him. His left hand sword finger gently brushed across the sword spine. A trace of scorching heat slowly streaked across the sword, and a shocking aura instantly spread out. Heavenly Fire Dao Intent. When his left hand sword finger brushed across the tip of the sword, the long sword trembled and instantly slashed forward. The sharp blade cut across the sky. The sword chi was like a crescent moon as it shot out. It was so sharp that it tore through everything. This sword was not an ultimate move. It was just the power of the Burning Fiend Azura technique combined with the Heavenly Fire Dao Intent. In addition to the shocking fiendish aura, the Burning Fiend Azura technique also had a shocking heat. Only with heat could it burn. When the two merged, the power was even more tyrannical. The moment the sword came into contact with the purple lightning palm and violent gale slash, it instantly split them apart and shot towards Old Lei and Elder Lifeng, who were in midair. Slash! A single sword attack killed two 8th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Old Lei and Elder Lifeng could not dodge and were struck at the same time. They quickly retreated and felt their blood boil. The terrifying fiendish aura kept invading their bodies as if it wanted to destroy their internal organs and vitality. Troublesome. Both of them realized how troublesome this person was. Without saying a word, Old Lei turned into a streak of lightning and flew away. Elder Lifeng hesitated for a moment when he saw Old Lei leaving so decisively. Then, he quickly left as well. Facing a troublesome person whom he had no confidence in defeating, staying behind would only be asking for humiliation. Moreover, the Azura sect that was on the verge of annihilation had suddenly produced such a powerful disciple. It was definitely not a small matter. He had to return and explain this matter so that he could deal with it. In the blink of an eye, the powerful enemies who coveted everything in the Azura sect left one after another. Moreover, they did not leave after obtaining the Azura sect's cultivation methods and wealth. They were forced to leave after being beaten. In the eyes of the Azura sect's disciples, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting news. Good. The 5th elder immediately laughed loudly, revealing the incomparable excitement in his heart. The 1st elder was so excited that his injuries were aggravated. He couldn't help but cough repeatedly, but his heart was incomparably excited. Of course, the Shura overlord was also very happy. Defeating a powerful enemy was like injecting a new wave of energy into the Shura sect members who were already on the brink of collapse, giving them something to rely on in their hearts. Little friend Chun Xiu, this is the great elder of our sect. Overjoyed, the Shura overlord immediately introduced Chun Xiu. My words are unfair. The first elder introduced himself. Then he coughed a few times. Greetings, first elder. Chunzong saluted. I don't dare. However, the first elder dodged and did not dare to accept Chunzong's salute. After all, the strength that Chunzong had shown was much stronger than his. Little friend Chunzong, I have 2 questions for you. The Shura overlord stared at Chunzong, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Please go ahead, sect master. Chunzong responded seriously. Everyone stared at the sect master, wondering what kind of questions he would ask. This time, we relied on little friend Chunzong to defeat a powerful enemy. However, this is only temporary. Perhaps in the near future, more powerful enemies will come. When that time comes, little friend Chunzong will be at a disadvantage. The Shura overlord said solemnly. Therefore, I would like to ask little friend Chunzong if you are willing to stay. If you are not, you should leave as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity in the future to continue the legacy of the Shura sect. One day, I will leave, but definitely not in this way. Chunzong responded unhurriedly. Every word was filled with a frightening determination. His eyes shone brightly and were incomparably sharp. In that case, I will ask the second question. What is your strength? The Shura overlord asked again. This was also a question that everyone was concerned about. Everyone's eyes fell on Chunzong's face. At least for now, Chunzong was the hope of the Shura sect. It is difficult to find a worthy opponent in the Saint Realm, Chunzong said unhurriedly. However, every word that came out of his mouth contained a shocking boldness. Invincible in the Saint Realm. This was an astonishing determination and conviction. If one did not have the corresponding strength, the words spoken were not only self-confident, but also false. Whether a person was lying or blowing his own trumpet, it was easy to tell. Especially for those who were experienced and had sharp eyes, they could see more clearly. The Shura overlord and the great elder could determine that the other party was not lying or blowing his own trumpet. Instead, it was a belief that came from the deepest part of his heart. The great elder and the Shura overlord were secretly delighted. If Chunzong had the strength of an invincible Saint Realm expert, no, he did not even need to be invincible in the Saint Realm. As long as he had the strength of the peak of the Saint Realm, then the Shura sect would have a greater chance of surviving this time. Immediately, the Shura overlord and the great elder looked at each other and nodded secretly as if they had reached some kind of consensus. All disciples, listen up. I am now going to announce an important piece of news. The Shura overlord's eyes were full of threat as he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. His voice was deep and powerful. Everyone stood up straight and looked solemn. Little friend Chunzong has received the inheritance of our seniors and has a deep relationship with the Shura sect. However, the Shura sect is in a precarious situation. He could have stayed out of it, but he came to our rescue and brought us hope. The Shura overlord said slowly. Little friend Chunzong is powerful and stronger than me. He is not suitable to be a disciple. Therefore, I, the great elder, and the fifth elder have all agreed to appoint Chunzong as the second elder and the fifth elder as the third elder. The Shura overlord announced solemnly. Chunzong was slightly stunned, but did not object. Indeed, with his strength, it was not suitable to be a disciple of the Shura sect. As for the position of elder, it might be just right. No one had any objections to this. Greetings, second elder. The 3 deacons and the disciples bowed to Chunzong. Chunzong accepted it calmly. As an elder, it would be more convenient for him to revive the Shura sect. After all, the authority of an elder was incomparable to that of a disciple. Since Chunzong had decided to stay and become the second elder of the Shura sect, it meant that he would advance and retreat together with the Shura sect. The fact that he was powerful made everyone happy. The 3 deacons and the group of disciples left one after another with excitement and a trace of hope. Chunzong followed the Shura overlord, the great elder, and the third elder into the main hall and took their seats. Second elder, those people just now came from the Ian Crane sect, the Hunter Blaze sect, and the Lay family. The overlord said directly, "They are all elders of their respective forces and are very powerful. However, they are no match for the second elder." "How are the strengths of these three forces?" Chunzong asked. "In the territory of Tai Luo City, these three forces are considered mid-tier. The strongest person in their sect is at the peak of the ninth heaven saint realm." The fifth elder. "No," the third elder said. Then he explained the different levels of the forces in Tai Luo City. Generally speaking, the forces could be divided into 4 levels: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and top tier. For example, the current Shura sect belonged to the low tier. Moreover, it was considered weak among the low-tier forces. After all, before Chunzong's arrival, the Shura sect was already on the verge of disintegration. A mid-tier force would have at least one peak of the ninth heaven saint realm expert in charge. As for a high-tier force, it would have to have a half-step great saint realm expert, regardless of their battle prowess. As for a top-tier force, it was even more shocking. The half-step great saint realm expert in charge would have to have at least 4-star battle prowess. The ancient Azurus sect used to be one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. It was also the strongest force in the entire supreme, profound world. Now, its position in Tai Luo City had been completely replaced. The top-tier force that replaced the ancient Shura sect was called the Heavenly Luo sect. It was also the only top-tier force in Tai Luo City. Following the decline of the ancient Shura sect, the overall strength of Tai Luo City had also declined. Now, it was not as strong as it was a few thousand years ago. There were 3 first-tier forces below the top-tier force. One of them was located in Tai Luo City. It was the Dragon Clan. The other 2 top-tier forces were located in Tai Luo Mountain. They were the Burning Heart Clan and the Great Luo sect. The Burning Heart Clan. Chunzong narrowed his eyes when he heard the name. He looked at the Great Elder who was coughing and his face became paler. The Great Elder was injured by the Burning Heart Clan. The third Elder said angrily, "What's the strength of the strongest person in the Burning Heart Clan?" Chunzong asked. The Burning Heart Clan is a top-tier force. They have 2 half-step Great Saint Realm experts in charge. One of them has 1-star battle prowess and the other has 2-star battle prowess, the sect leader said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether it was 1-star or 2-star, the Shura sect could not be compared to them. Just the peak of the 9th heaven saint realm alone was enough to crush the Shura sect. However, if the second elder could not find an opponent in the saint realm, then the Shura sect could be considered a mid-tier force to a certain extent. Chunzong had indeed obtained a lot of information from the Heaven Response Pavilion. However, most of it was directly related to the Shura sect. As for the rest, he did not know much. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the situation. At least, he had to understand everything before he could make a plan to revitalize the Shura sect. While the sect leader and the third elder were explaining everything about Tai Luo City, he, Beiming, Old Lei, and Elder Lifeng left one after another and returned to their respective forces as fast as they could. Inside the Ian Crane sect, the sect leader's eyes emitted a dark glow when he heard He Beiming's words. "You're saying that a young disciple of the Shura sect who was left outside has the strength to defeat you?" The sect leader's tone was filled with suspicion. "Sect leader, I'm telling the truth," He Beiming hurriedly said. He Beiming hurriedly said. To be honest, he could understand the sect master's suspicions. After all, there were only a few experts in the Shura sect. One of them was even severely injured. Now, another expert had suddenly appeared. Moreover, he was from the younger generation and had only just returned. No matter how he thought about it, it did not sound reliable. The sect leader of the Ian Crane sect pondered. He felt that He Beiming would not lie. It was either the truth or there was something else going on. However, no matter which it was, the sect leader of the Ian Crane sect felt that this was not an ordinary matter. Perhaps There would be an unforeseen event. Then he would wait and see. Chapter 1699. From the words of the sovereign and the third elder, Chunzong gained a deeper understanding of the current situation of the Shura sect. The information provided by the Heavenly Response Pavilion was only information, not details. While listening, Chunzong was also thinking about how to revive the Shura sect. He did not wish to recreate the glory of the ancient Shura sect, but at the very least, he wanted to ensure that the Shura sect heritage would not be severed. It sounded like an easy task, but in reality, it was very difficult. After all, the Shura sect had very few outstanding disciples and few experts. If he left, the Shura sect would be surrounded by wolves, tigers, and leopards, and decline again. Therefore, in order for the Shura sect to be able to continue its heritage, there must be enough experts to hold the fort. Secondly, there must be enough outstanding disciples to continue the heritage. Lastly, there must be enough capital to make those powerful forces fear. The Great Elder's 8th level Saint Realm cultivation had reached the late 8th level Saint Realm. However, to be a powerful force, he must first recover from his injuries. Therefore, Chunzong wanted to treat the Great Elder's injuries. This was the first step to reviving the Shura sect. The Burning Heart sect's Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm is vicious and cruel. It's not easy to deal with. The Great Elder's voice was weak. Without external enemies, he did not need to force himself. Let me take a look, Chunzong said. He needed to examine the Great Elder's body to determine whether he could eliminate it with his own means. The Great Elder did not refuse and allowed Chunzong's energy to spread into his body. He had great expectations in his heart. Perhaps the second elder could really heal his injuries. As long as the Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm could be dispelled, his injuries would not be worth mentioning, and he would be able to recover in a short time. Under Chunzong's examination, he found that an extremely vicious energy was entrenched in the Great Elder's heart. That energy carried a trace of heat, as if it was constantly burning the Great Elder's heart. It affected the circulation of his blood, as if it was constantly evaporating and burning his blood. The Great Elder had no choice but to use most of his energy to suppress that energy. As a result, the Great Elder's strength was greatly reduced, and he did not dare to use his own energy to fight. Otherwise, once the suppression of the Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm was relaxed, the ferocious power would break free from the suppression in an instant and erupt in an instant. The damage caused in an instant would definitely cause heavy injuries to the first elder and even endanger his life. Chunzong's sharp senses sensed that this vicious energy was at the 9th level Saint Realm. The Great Elder had been injured by a 9th Heaven Saint Realm powerhouse from the Burning Heart sect. The Great Elder had struck his chest with his palm, causing his heart to be damaged. Although it was suppressed by the Great Elder in time, this kind of suppression would gradually lose its effect as time passed. When it finally erupted, it would directly shatter the heart and burn the blood. The consequences were extremely terrifying. First Elder, it will be a little uncomfortable for me to shatter the power of the Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm, Chunzong said. Don't hold back, Second Elder. The Great Elder's tone was firm. His will was unshakable. If the Great Elder wanted to disperse the Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm with his own strength, his cultivation base would have to be at least at the 9th level Saint Realm. Unfortunately, the Great Elder was not. Chunzong immediately mobilized the Burning Fiend Azura Technique's energy. The energy was so pure that it shocked the Great Elder. How could there be such a pure energy? The Great Elder's energy was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was no wonder Chunzong dared to boast about being unrivaled in the Saint Realm. The Great Elder could not help but feel excited. The tyrannical and pure energy was extremely precise. It directly penetrated his heart like a sword piercing through the sky. It was unstoppable and invincible. In an instant, the tenacious and vicious Burning Heart Blood Dissipation Palm was hit. The energy that was extremely difficult for the Great Elder to deal with was instantly torn apart by Chunzong's sword-like energy. Crushing. It was a one-sided suppression. Chunzong tried his best to control the energy, but the Great Elder still felt a stabbing pain as if his heart was being torn apart. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. He stubbornly held on. Compared to the torture of the burning heart blood dissipation palm, this pain was nothing. Soon, under the devastation of Chunzong's energy, the tyrannical energy was instantly shattered into pieces and was utterly defeated. Then, Chunzong's energy spread out like a net and wrapped around the scattered energy in an instant. It was separated from the Great Elder's heart in an extremely brutal and meticulous manner. After it left the Great Elder's body, it dispersed the energy that wrapped around him. The energy was black-red and wriggled wantonly like a venomous snake, causing the sect leader and the third elder to be secretly shocked. However, after it was exposed to the air and lost its source, no matter how strange and tyrannical the energy was, it would collapse. After the energy in his heart was destroyed by Chunzong, the Great Elder's face quickly regained its color. His aura was no longer as weak as before, and his slightly hunched back straightened up. Rapid recovery. Chunzong took out a bottle of pills and handed it to the Great Elder. This was Chunzong's Spoils of War. It was an extremely effective pill for healing injuries and also had the effect of replenishing blood and qi. It was perfect for the Great Elder who was lacking in blood and qi. The Great Elder did not refuse. The Shura sect was currently in dire need of experts to hold the fort. With one more late-stage 8th Heaven Saint, it would not be a bad thing. The Great Elder went into seclusion again. This time, it was to recover from his injuries and replenish his blood and qi. It would not take much time. After he came out of seclusion, his cultivation and strength would be restored to peak condition. While such a thing happened in the Shura sect, the outside world became lively because of the news that spread. The Shura sect, which had been in decline, actually had a powerful disciple returning. It sounded like a story from a storybook. In fact, this news was purposely released by the Een Crane sect and the other two forces. Their purpose was naturally to let others test the waters. Even Old Lei and Elder Lifeng, who were both at the 8th Heaven Saint realm, were forced to retreat. This showed that the person's strength was not ordinary. He was at least at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint realm. He might even be at the 9th Heaven Saint realm. Generally, a late-stage Saint realm expert was already very impressive, let alone a young man. This news naturally spread to the Burning Heart sect very quickly. Then, it reached the ears of one of the Burning Heart sect's elders. Oh, a young supreme talent? Is he an outer disciple of the Shura sect? The Burning Heart sect's third elder, who had a thin face and a red glow in his eyes, was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled disapprovingly. Who is this reckless person who interfered? Can you go to the Shura sect and take a look? The third elder immediately ordered. Yes, master. A low and deep voice sounded, and then he quickly left. Yang Ming, a young supreme talent from the Shura sect. Go and take a look. If it's true, try your best to get him. An elder of the Daluo sect immediately said. If it was really a young supreme talent, naturally, they would try to get him to join the Daluo sect as a disciple. For any sect, the more prodigy disciples, the better. In the Shura sect, Chunzong planned to impart the Burning Heart Azura technique to the sect leader and the two elders. After all, the Great Azura technique was only a Saint Grade High Art. It could not be compared to the Burning Heart Azura technique, which was a Saint Grade High Art. If they cultivated the Burning Heart Azura technique, the sect leader and the two elders' strength would definitely become more powerful. Moreover, the Great Azura technique and the Burning Heart Azura technique were of the same origin. It would be easier to change their cultivation. In addition, the sect leader and the two elders had immersed themselves in the Great Azura technique for many years. Their foundation was extremely solid, which would reduce the difficulty of changing their cultivation. Even so, it would take some time to successfully change their cultivation and cultivate it to a certain level so that their strength would not decline. The sect leader and the two elders were extremely excited. The Burning Heart Azura technique, one of the symbols of the ancient Shura sect's prosperity. Even if it was incomplete, it was still more powerful than the Great Azura technique. Excitement aside, after a discussion between the sect leader and the two elders, they decided that the Grand Elder would be the first to change his cultivation. After all, it would take time, and they couldn't just go into seclusion and ignore everything else. The Grand Elder had no objection. After getting rid of his injuries, he felt as if he had been reborn. If he were to change his cultivation again, he might even have a breakthrough. As long as he could break through and change his cultivation to the Burning Heart Azura technique, his strength would become even more powerful. To the ancient Shura sect, this was a great benefit. First Elder, these pills might be helpful for you to change your cultivation method. Shinzong took out 3 gray-colored pellets. The pellets were almost crystallized, exuding an incomparably pure, murderous aura. There was no imprint on them, belonging to an ownerless and pure, murderous aura. After receiving the pellets, the Grand Elder was shocked. The murderous aura contained within them was too pure and majestic. It was hard to believe. Good. With these 3 pellets, I am confident that I can successfully change my cultivation in the shortest time possible. The Grand Elder was secretly excited. In fact, those 3 pellets weren't really pellets. They were formed by the Azura avatar, Chun Xiao, using the Burning Heart Azura technique's method of condensing the pure, murderous aura into a solid state. The power contained within them was astonishing. Furthermore, they were condensed from the Burning Heart Azura technique. The benefits of switching to the Burning Heart Azura technique were unimaginable. It could be said that in order to revive the ancient Shura sect, Chunzong had made a great contribution. However, in Chunzong's eyes, it was all worth it. That year, the ancient Azura king's inheritance was greater than the heavens. If it weren't for the Azura avatar, he would have died several times over. The Grand Elder went into seclusion once again. This time, he was going to change his cultivation to raise his cultivation and strength. When he exited seclusion, he would be even stronger. Although the sect leader and 3rd Elder had not started their cultivation, they could slowly comprehend the mysteries of the Burning Heart Azura technique, laying a solid foundation for their cultivation. 2nd Elder, rumor has it that the Burning Heart Azura technique is missing the last 2 levels. The sect leader couldn't help but ask. The last 2 levels were completed by me. Chunzong smiled. Hearing this, the sect leader and 3rd Elder were shocked. The difficulty of completing a top-grade saint-level cultivation technique was extremely high. This 2nd Elder's ability was truly astounding. It wasn't that the ancient Shura sect didn't complete the technique, it was just that the technique he completed was based on himself. Because it wasn't suitable for others to practice, it wasn't passed down. Chapter 1700. In the air above the Azura's gate, 2 streaks of light approached each other from different directions. Yang Ming, what are you doing here? The young man, with a trace of crimson in the depths of his eyes, frowned slightly. He stared at the smiling young man from 2 different directions and asked in a neutral tone, "Since you can come, so can I." Yang Ming's smile was gentle, but his words were sharp. "Humph." Ling Tianyu snorted coldly and turned into a streak of light, dashing towards the Azura's gate main hall. Yang Ming sneered and flew towards the Azura's gate main hall at a leisurely pace. As Ling Tianyu neared the Azura's gate main hall, a tyrannical aura swept out. That aura contained traces of heat, as if it seeped into the depths of everyone's heart, igniting their blood essence and causing them to feel restless. Who's making a ruckus? The 3rd Elder flew out with a tyrannical momentum. Shortly after, the 3rd Elder's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared at the other party. Ling Tianyu, what business do you have with my Azura's gate? The 3rd Elder's face darkened, and his tone carried traces of vigilance. The third elder had a good understanding of Ling Tianyu, because within the greater Luo city, Ling Tianyu was one of the few experts of the younger generation. His strength was stronger than many of the older generation. With his hands behind his back, Ling Tianyu looked down at the third elder with a condescending gaze. With his status, he could disregard everything in the Azura's Gate. After all, he was one of the top 3 disciples of the Burning Heart sect. Among the younger generation of the greater Luo city, his ranking was also high. His strength was astonishing. Even if he was placed in a sect stronger than the Heavenly Luo sect, he would still be able to enter the ranks of the core disciples. He was a genius of the heavens' chosen realm, reaching the king realm. Not only was his talent high, his Burning Heart sect was one of the 3 major forces of the greater Luo city, many times stronger than the Azura's Gate. Moreover, the one who injured the first elder was Ling Tianyu's master. All these made the third elder extremely familiar with Ling Tianyu. I heard that a heaven's chosen disciple of the Azura's Gate has returned. Call him out and let me have a look. Ling Tianyu said without any trace of politeness, as though he was ordering around a mediocre member of the clan. This kind of bossy attitude caused the third elder's expression to change slightly as he was infuriated. At this moment, another figure appeared at the same time, startling the third elder. Yang Ming. This Yang Ming wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Ling Tianyu. His personality was different from the domineering Ling Tianyu, and he was more low profile. However, this caused some of the more experienced members of the Jianghu to be wary of him. I heard that a genius disciple of the Azura's Gate has returned. His strength is unfathomable. Out of curiosity, this Yang is here to pay a visit. Compared to Ling Tianyu, Yang Ming's words were much more polite and graceful. Hypocrite. Ling Tianyu's face was filled with disdain. Yang Ming didn't seem to hear it and ignored it. Our sect's second elder is currently in closed-door training. Please forgive us, the third elder said solemnly. Second elder. Ling Tianyu and Yang Ming were slightly taken aback. That's right, the third elder said with certainty, but he didn't intend to explain further. Please go back. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ling Tianyu was enraged. A tyrannical aura filled the air, as if a storm capable of incinerating heaven and earth was sweeping out. An astonishing pressure pressed down on the third elder's heart, as if it was trying to ignite the heat in his heart. If you don't come out, I'll beat you until you roll out on your own. As his words fell, Ling Tianyu suddenly raised his palm. Countless streams of energy condensed in the center of his palm, and a crimson red spun around. Then like a drop of blood, it spread out. Boom! Ling Tianyu's palm struck towards the third elder mercilessly, causing the third elder's expression to change drastically. This Ling Tianyu's cultivation wasn't weak, reaching the seventh heaven saint realm. Not to mention, his cultivation technique was a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique. His strength wasn't something the third elder could compare with. The third elder exploded with all his strength. His body assumed a stance, and his fist stretched out, condensing all the energy in his body, and punched out. The momentum of the fist was astonishing, filled with overwhelming, killing intent. Like a meteor piercing through the sky, it was as if it was going to shatter the sky. But in an instant, this fist of overwhelming might was shattered by Ling Tianyu's tyrannical palm strike. The terrifying palm strike was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted the third elder away. The difference in strength was obvious. The third elder was sent flying for more than 10 meters with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was the result of Ling Tianyu not using his full strength. If he did, this palm strike would have been enough to kill the third elder. Seeing that his palm strike was blocked, Ling Tianyu attacked again without hesitation, sending out a second palm strike. The power of this palm strike was many times more tyrannical than the previous one. Even if the third elder was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to block it and would be killed instantly, not to mention the heavily injured third elder. But the third elder couldn't retreat. Behind him was the Azura's Gate Great Hall. Not to mention, even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Erupt. Once again, the third elder exploded with all his strength, disregarding his injuries. Even if he couldn't block it, he had to block it. Even if he died, he had to block it. Now that the second elder was here, there was hope for the Azura's Gate. Even if he were to die now, it would be a worthy death. That tyrannical palm strike smashed towards the third elder, as if the sky was collapsing. It was going to crush the third elder to death. The whistling sound of the palm strike shook the surroundings, extremely horrifying. Yang Ming had no intention of interfering. Instead, he watched from the side with a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce. The horrifying palm strike arrived, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure. That kind of pressure was enough to shatter the heart. This palm strike made the third elder feel despair. At the moment of life and death, a pitch-black sword light silently streaked across the sky, brushing past the third elder's side. A faint sound rang out, and an incomparably vigorous and violent palm energy was penetrated in an instant. In an instant, it was like a punctured balloon, quickly dissipating. That sword light pierced through the sky like a hot knife through butter. It was like a dark aurora or a dark shooting star. Swift, sharp. Yang Ming was slightly taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. Ling Tianyu's expression also changed. In the next moment, his eyes became increasingly cold and sharp. A scarlet light burst out like a whirlpool, as if the fire in his heart was burning. Boom! The third palm strike struck out. This palm strike contained 100% of his strength. It was called the Burning Heart Blood Palm. As the palm strike struck out, a scarlet light covered the sky, spreading out in all directions. It was as if it wanted to draw out the violent anger in one's heart, causing one to become restless, affecting one's ability to exert one's strength. Under its influence, the third elder's heart palpitated madly and his blood flowed chaotically. Waves of palpitations almost suffocated him. His blood boiled as if it was about to combust. He didn't expect Ling Tianyu to have cultivated the Burning Heart Blood Palm to such a level. The power of this palm strike was tyrannical, as if it could shatter the void. Yang Ming was inwardly shocked. Ling Tianyu's strength had increased once again. Such a tyrannical palm strike should have shattered the pitch-black sword light. However, the outcome left everyone dumbfounded. The pitch-black sword light was condensed to the extreme. Not only was it not shattered, it even pierced through the palm strike. It was unknown what kind of mystical power it contained, but it actually caused the power of the palm strike to dissipate rapidly. The pitch-black sword light pierced through everything like a hot knife through butter, mercilessly charging towards Ling Tianyu. At the critical moment, Ling Tianyu was indeed a king-level prodigy. In an instant, he exploded with a frightening amount of strength, forcefully shifting himself by half an inch. This half an inch was the difference between life and death. Even so, Ling Tianyu's shoulder was still pierced through by the pitch-black sword light. His entire body was pushed back tens of meters by the tyrannical force. The frightening sword chi spread out rapidly from his shoulder, wreaking havoc throughout his body. He felt as though his entire left arm was being minced from the inside, causing him incomparable pain. Ling Tianyu's expression was malevolent. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of his retreating momentum, he exploded with his full speed, turning into a streak of light as he fled. That sword was too powerful, to the extent that he couldn't withstand it. The gap between them was on a completely different level. If he continued to stay, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be killed. Yang Ming didn't leave. After all, he didn't make a move, nor did he carry any killing intent. However, he was extremely shocked. One sword, just a single sword light without a trace of the person, was enough to destroy two of Ling Tianyu's attacks, and even injure him, forcing him to flee in panic. The third elder also heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost killed. Fortunately, the second elder intervened in time. Indeed, the second elder's strength was extremely tyrannical. Just a single sword light was enough to injure Ling Tianyu and force him to retreat. He had a feeling that this wasn't the full extent of the second elder's strength. As for why he didn't kill Ling Tianyu, the second elder must have his own considerations. In fact, at the current stage, the Shura sect shouldn't provoke a strong enemy. If they killed Ling Tianyu, they would incur the wrath of the Burning Heart sect. When that time comes, the Burning Heart sect would be mobilized. This wouldn't be a good thing for the Shura sect. Chenzong was fearless, but he wasn't willing to do so. After all, the real enemy was the ancient Shura king's close friend, the Rakshasa king. Back then, the Rakshasa king was already very strong. Now that several thousand years had passed, it was hard to say how strong he was. Unfortunately, Chenzong didn't manage to find out any detailed information about the Rakshasa king in the Heavenly Response Pavilion. He only knew that the Rakshasa king had appeared several hundred years ago and possessed a 7-star battle strength. Now, he had disappeared for several hundred years. It was unknown whether he had left the Greater Luo city or was in seclusion. In short, he was no longer as unscrupulous as when he was alone with his sword. He had to consider the Shura sect's tolerance. Therefore, Chenzong didn't directly kill Ling Tianyu with his sword. Instead, he injured Ling Tianyu, leaving behind a pure fiendish aura that was enough to make Ling Tianyu suffer. It wasn't an easy task to expel the fiendish aura. Even a majority of the Burning Heart sect's Ninth Heaven Saint Realm experts couldn't do it. If he couldn't expel the fiendish aura, then Ling Tianyu would be constantly tortured by the pure fiendish aura. He wouldn't be any better than the Shura sect's Great Elder. Sometimes, it was easier to kill the other party directly. This kind of torture was even more devastating. He could torture Ling Tianyu without angering the Burning Heart sect. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? I'm Yang Ming, a disciple of the Great Luo sect. I'm here to pay a visit to the second elder under the orders of my master. This time, Yang Ming's expression was much more serious. Chapter 1701. The Daluo sect, like the Burning Heart clan, was one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. They were powerful and had a deep foundation, far surpassing the Shura sect. Of course, there was only one word difference between the two. There was no relation between their auras. From the standpoint of the Shura sect, Chenzong still had to give some face to the Daluo sect. Yang Ming only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. Shortly after, a figure appeared in front of him. The speed and suddenness of the figure shocked him. If the other party wanted to deal with him, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. While his heart trembled, Yang Ming quickly sized up the other party. Soon after, he was even more shocked. So young. From the looks of it, the other party was even younger than him. His strength was actually on par with Ling Tianyu's. The other party seemed to be younger than him, but he was able to defeat Ling Tianyu and force him to retreat. This also proved that the other party's strength was probably above his. Yang Ming was cautious by nature. He had no choice but to treat this with caution. A warm smile appeared on his face. Yang Ming immediately cupped his hands and said in a serious tone, "Greetings to the second elder." The second elder is amazing. Yang Ming is full of admiration. Why did your master ask you to look for me? Chenzong didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous. Although Chenzong wasn't as old as the other party, his experience far surpassed the other party. Therefore, Chenzong could tell that this person wasn't what he looked like on the surface. He was a shrewd person. Chenzong didn't like to be associated with people like this. Moreover, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. This was the first time they met, so there was no need to talk about other things. Yang Ming was slightly startled. His words were so shrewd. Every word he said was reserved and contained multiple meanings. It made people guess and then jump into the pit he dug. The rhythm was under his control. However, Chenzong's reply didn't seem to follow the script. It was like a sword stabbing straight at him, sharp and direct. Yang Ming calmed himself down and reacted quickly. My master is the second elder of the Daluo sect. When he heard that a genius from the Shura sect had returned, he specially instructed me to pay him a visit and invite him to our Daluo sect as a guest. Our Daluo sect likes geniuses like the second elder the most. I'll go when I'm free. Chenzong's response was as direct and sharp as ever. Yang Ming opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Immediately, Yang Ming spoke again. Second Elder must have heard of a saying, "Shallow water can't raise a true dragon." Second Elder is so young, but you have such cultivation and strength. Your talent is outstanding. If you can enter the sea, you can travel in all directions like a true dragon. He didn't say it directly, but Chun Zong could tell that he was implying that the Shura sect was just a shallow water that couldn't support him. The other meaning was that the Daluo Gate was like the ocean, and Chun Zong should leave the Azura Gate and join the Daluo Gate. That was the right thing to do. If you can't raise a real dragon in shallow water, then turn it into a deep sea, Chun Zong replied unhurriedly. Yang Ming felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. Every time the other party answered, it was out of his control. I admire Second Elder's ambition. Yang Ming could only smile. Whether it was the other party's age, strength, or the way he spoke, they were all beyond his expectations. If he continued the conversation, it would only be disadvantageous to him and put him at a disadvantage. Since Second Elder has such ambition, Yang Ming will return and report to Master. Yang Ming said, "However, my master is sincere in inviting Second Elder to the Daluo Gate as a guest. I hope Second Elder can arrange a time." Without waiting for Chun Zong's reply, Yang Ming immediately used his movement skill and turned into a streak of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Chun Zong also retracted his gaze and looked at Third Elder. "Third Elder, how's your injury?" "It's not a big deal." Third Elder smiled. He was very happy. Second Elder was indeed powerful. He was the Shura sect's lucky star and hope. Chun Zong took out a bottle of healing pills and handed it to Third Elder. Nowadays, the Azura's Gate was not only in a state of decline, it was also lacking in resources. As for Chun Zong, he had killed many powerful enemies and obtained many fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he had a lot of medicinal pellets in his storage ring, and all of them were of good quality. Chun Zong didn't care for those of poor quality. Many thanks, many thanks." Third Elder was overjoyed. "Third Elder, go treat your injuries and change your cultivation method while you're at it." Chun Zong thought for a moment and said, "During this time, I'll guard the Shura sect." "Okay." Third Elder thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. His strength was really too weak. He needed to improve himself. He believed that as long as he could successfully change his cultivation method, his strength would become even stronger. This would only be beneficial to the sect. With Second Elder's strength, Shura sect would be safe with him guarding the sect. "I'll try to come out before the Daluo assembly begins." Third Elder said, and immediately went into seclusion with the healing pills Chun Zong gave him and the 3 heavenly fiend pellets condensed from evil energy. Then, Chun Zong went to find the sect master and asked him to change his cultivation method. In this way, Chun Zong was the only master left in the Shura sect. But it was enough. Even if a half-step great Saint Master attacked, as long as their battle prowess didn't exceed 3 stars, he could resist. However, the Azura sect would not provoke a half-step great sage expert to make a move. Then, as long as it wasn't a half-step great Saint Master, no matter how many Saint Realm Masters came, Chun Zong wouldn't be afraid. With a sword in hand, he could guard the Shura sect and ensure its stability. Even more so, the sect wouldn't be destroyed. The sect master and the 2 elders went into seclusion to change their cultivation method. Chun Zong had to guard the Shura sect, so he naturally couldn't go into seclusion. But he could divide part of his attention to comprehend the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer saint realm. If he broke through, he would be a half-step great saint. However, Chun Zong didn't want to break through so quickly. At the very least, he had to wait until he defeated a 9th layer bewildering light realm master. Otherwise, if he broke through, the other party would definitely break through as well. At that time, they would be even stronger and harder to deal with. If he didn't have enough good resources, it would be very difficult to improve his body refining cultivation through hard work alone. So, What he needed to improve now was the origin sword technique, Dao insight, and sword skills. Other than that, he needed to comprehend the mysteries of the ninth layer bewildering light realm master. While Qinzong was meditating, he gathered all the disciples of the Azura Gate. Why did he gather the disciples? Naturally, it was to improve their strength. The Burning Fiend Azura technique couldn't be taught for the time being. At least, this was the Shurasek's sect guarding technique. It couldn't be taught easily, otherwise, it would be easily leaked. However, other than the cultivation technique, teaching the other party martial arts was also a kind of improvement. Among the nearly 30 Shura sect disciples, the one with the highest cultivation was a first-layer Saint Realm Master named Xian Yuan. He was over 100 years old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, he couldn't be considered a genius. However, he was still considered a marquee grade genius. Xian Yuan practiced his sword skills, so Qinzong let him display his sword skills. Xian Yuan's sword skills were normal, and there was nothing special about them. However, there was one advantage, which was that it was solid. Perhaps it had something to do with the other party's character. His solid sword skills allowed him to cultivate the Saint grade, mid-grade sword skills to be very stable and close to mastery. Listen carefully. Qinzong suddenly opened his mouth and began to give advice. Xian Yuan's temperament was gentle, loyal, and calm. He couldn't help but feel excited. Under the guidance, Xian Yuan felt that he had found an opportunity to break through. He immediately displayed his sword skills. The power of his sword skills became more and more shocking. He had already reached mastery. As an elder with the intention of revitalizing the Shura sect, Qinzong naturally wouldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. He only cared about Xian Yuan. The nearly 30 disciples were all deeply taught by Qinzong. Every one of them benefited, whether it was the improvement of their cultivation or the breakthrough of their martial arts. Their strength had increased by a lot. Naturally, the disciples were very grateful for this. As for the 3 deacons, Qinzong also called them over. The deacon's authority was not enough to cultivate the Burning Fiend Azura technique. Therefore, Qinzong still taught the martial arts and so on, allowing them to improve more or less. In the Burning Heart sect, the 3rd elder was doing his best to expel the extremely pure Burning Fiend sword qi from Ling Tianyu's body. However, the Burning Fiend sword qi was too pure and incomparably tenacious. It actually caused the 3rd elder, who had a cultivation of the late 9th layer Saint Realm, to be unable to do anything about it. Spurt. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ling Tianyu's mouth. His face became even paler. The 3rd elder had no choice but to withdraw his cultivation. His face was gloomy. Hold on. I'll go ask the Grand Elder and 2nd Elder for help, the 3rd Elder said in a deep voice. The 2nd Elder's cultivation was at the peak 9th layer Saint Realm. The Grand Elder was even stronger, at the peak 9th layer Saint Realm. With the 3 of them working together, they should be able to defeat the extremely tenacious sword qi in Ling Tianyu's body. After Yang Ming returned to the Daoyuo sect, he immediately reported what happened to his master, the 2nd Elder. Yang Ming, in your opinion, what do you think of the Shura sect's newly promoted 2nd Elder? The Daoyuo sect's 2nd Elder pondered. He understood his disciples' temperament and thoughts. Therefore, he trusted his disciples' judgment. Yang Ming did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered. After he left, he kept thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person was unfathomable. Unfathomable. Yang Ming slowly opened his mouth. His tone was solemn. If he's an enemy, I must use all my strength to kill him completely. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The last 4 words caused the expression of the 2nd Elder of the Daoyuo sect to change greatly. Let's wait and see, the 2nd Elder finally said. In the end, the Daoyuo sect did not do anything bad to the Shura sect. They were not worried about becoming enemies with the other party. On the other hand, the Daoyuo sect had many experts and a deep foundation. They had nothing to fear. They just did not want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Not to mention, mobilizing all the experts in the sect, to kill someone for no reason was not the Daluo sect style. On the other hand, there were many forces that had been targeting the Shura sect. Now, the Shura sect seemed to have some hope of rising. Even if it was not strong, it would still trigger some people's nerves. It was not peaceful. The only question was whether the Shura sect could last until the Daluo convention. Within the boundaries of the Daluo city, there seemed to be some undercurrents because of the Shura sect's newly promoted second elder. Chapter 1702. Mount Tailuo was a rolling mountain range with more than 10 peaks. Almost every peak had a sect standing on it, and the number of sects in the city was not small either. Adding them all up, there were more than 100 sects of varying sizes. Among these 100 sects, the Shura sect could only be considered to be at the bottom. Not only were the number of experts inferior to the other sects, even the standard of their disciples were not as good. Of course, when compared to those unranked sects, the Shura sect was much better. At least in terms of the strength of their experts, the Shura sect had no advantage in terms of the standard of their disciples. Because of Chunzong, the Shura sect, which was originally on the verge of disintegration, seemed to have regained its vitality, as if a new spring had arrived. This vitality gathered in every elder, every deacon, and every disciple, slowly growing stronger. It was like a spark that, with the passage of time, would turn into a prairie fire, releasing endless light and heat. Chunzong comprehended while guiding the Shura sect disciples in their cultivation. These 29 disciples, even when the Shura sect was in decline, did not leave. They advanced and retreated with the Shura sect. This kind of loyalty was worth nurturing, even if their talent was average. Being average had its advantages. Especially after experiencing the Shura sect's misfortune, each and every one of them became more tenacious and stable. This was only beneficial to their cultivation. Coupled with Chunzong's sincere guidance, everyone's progress was not bad. Chunzong was like a master teacher. The huge gap between their realms, incomparable comprehension, and extremely sharp eyes allowed Chunzong to see through the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents in an instant. He then guided them to strengthen their strengths and make up for their weaknesses, thus increasing their strength. Every day, the disciples felt that they were improving, and the fire of hope in their hearts grew stronger. Although the Shura sect still looked as dilapidated as before, the atmosphere was completely different. There was no longer a trace of decadence, only a thriving vitality, like the rising sun. Time passed slowly. The sect leader and the two elders were still in seclusion. It was not easy to change one's cultivation method. Although they had a solid foundation and shared the characteristics of the same cultivation method, as well as the help of the Tiansha elixir given by Chunzong, they could not change their cultivation method in a short time. However, Chunzong estimated that he should be able to do so before the start of the Teruo gathering. After all, there was still about half a year before the Teruo gathering. This Shura sect seems a little different from before. High up in the sky, 3 figures were flying over at an astonishing speed. Even from afar, they could feel the changes in the Shura sect. In the past, there seemed to be a layer of decadent aura shrouding them, like the dusk of the setting sun. It made people feel dejected, without any will to fight, and lifeless, like an old man with one foot in the grave. But now, in the distance, the mountain was still the same mountain, and the palace was still the same palace, but the aura of the past was swept away, becoming lively and full of vitality. Looks like this so-called newly promoted second elder is quite capable. It's good that he's capable. Only then is he worthy of being roped in. That's right. As long as we can rope him in, the Shura sect will definitely decline again. Sixth elder, you used to be an elder of the Shura sect. Don't you feel bad for doing this? There was a hint of mockery in the voice. This old man has long left the Shura sect and has nothing to do with it. Now, this old man is the Iron Marshal Gate's sixth elder. The former third elder of the Shura sect, now the sixth elder of the Iron Bone Gate, said in a neutral tone. In the midst of the discussion, three divine voices carrying a tyrannical aura descended on the Shura Sek's mountain peak, landing in front of the palace. However, they did not land on the ground. Instead, they hovered in midair, looking down from above. At this moment, a group of Shura Sek disciples and three deacons were gathered in the open space in front of the palace, cultivating and receiving guidance from Chenzong. The arrival of these three figures surprised the deacons and disciples of the Shura sect, but Chenzong's expression did not change. He had already sensed their auras before. What surprised Chenzong was that one of the three figures exuded an aura fluctuation. It was the aura of the Shura sect's great fiendish Azura art. In a split second, Chenzong vaguely guessed the identity of this person. "Who are you?" Chenzong asked. "I am the Iron Martial Gate's fourth elder." A black-robed old man said with his hands behind his back. "I am the Iron Martial Gate's fifth elder." A similarly black-robed old man with a thinner frame spoke with an air of superiority. "I am the Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder." The last person was a black-robed old man with an indifferent expression. "Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder, why do you know my Shura sect's great fiendish Azura art?" Chenzong asked, even though he already knew the answer. The group of disciples and three deacons did not speak. On the contrary, after hearing Chenzong's words, a sense of anticipation rose in their hearts. What they were anticipating, they themselves could not tell. What kind of cultivation technique this old man cultivates is none of your business. The Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder was slightly taken aback by Chenzong's words, but his tone was indifferent. "The great fiendish Azura art is my Shura sect's cultivation technique. Only Shura sect members can cultivate it." Chenzong stared at the sixth elder, enunciating each word clearly. "If you abolish your cultivation technique now, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones. You must be the new Shura sect's second elder. You are indeed young and extraordinary." The Iron Martial Gate's fifth elder suddenly interjected. "However, there is no longer any hope for this Shura sect. With your talent and ability, you should find a better place to go. Water flows downwards, but people should walk upwards. This is the true choice of an outstanding person." The Iron Martial Gate's fourth elder laughed. "My Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder is such an outstanding person. I believe that you are also an outstanding person. If an outstanding person is such a traitor, this Chun cannot bear the responsibility." Chenzong said unhurriedly, his tone somewhat distant. The word traitor caused the Shura sect's disciples to tremble. The Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder, who was originally the Shura sect's third elder, had a drastic change in his expression. His eyes emitted an intense cold light. All these years, he hated hearing these two words the most. Whether or not it was related to him, as long as someone said these two words, it would trigger his anger. Now that someone had mentioned these two words in front of him, an indescribable anger mixed with an extremely strong killing intent immediately erupted from the depths of his heart. It rushed in all directions like a storm of destruction as it swept past. This tyrannical and direct killing intent rushed towards Chenzong without any concealment. Although there were some rumors about how powerful the new Shura sect's second elder was, seeing with one's own eyes was the truth. Only by witnessing with one's own eyes could one be certain, especially since he was once an elder of the Shura sect, but he betrayed them. His heart was unwilling to accept it. "Sixth elder, don't be rash." The Iron Martial Gate's fourth elder smiled. His purpose in coming here was to recruit the new second elder of the Shura sect. First, it could strengthen the Shura sect. Second, it could weaken the Shura sect. The Shura sect only has one way to deal with traitors. Chenzong's voice was filled with a trace of coldness and fierceness, as if it had blended into the air. Instantly, the three Iron Martial Gate's elders couldn't help but tremble, as if they felt a terrifying chill sweep over them, spreading through their skin and chilling their entire body. What method? There was no need for words. Everyone present understood. The Iron Martial Gate's sixth elder's expression changed drastically, and his killing intent soared, becoming even more terrifying. Then, He threw out a punch. The power of the great Shura fiendish art poured into this punch, and an incomparably terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The former Shura sect's third elder's cultivation had reached the mid-7th heaven saint realm, and he had mastered a high-grade, murderous aura Dao meaning, reaching the 6th revolution. This punch was a high-grade saint-grade martial art, the Shura fiendish condensing fist, and its power was overwhelming. He punched out without any intention of holding back, intending to kill Qinzong directly. The Iron Martial Gates, 4th Elder and 5th Elder, didn't stop him. Although their purpose was to recruit him, they naturally wouldn't be the bad guys and offend the 6th Elder since he didn't know what was good for him and angered them. After all, the 6th Elder's strength wasn't inferior to theirs. In fact, they were on par with him. Faced with this punch, the disciples' expressions changed drastically. They could only feel the terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to suppress them, and the terrifying aura contained within it seemed to want to tear them apart. However, Chunzong's expression didn't change at all, as if he couldn't react in time to this punch. When the punch arrived in front of him, a pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed, and the Deep Knight's sword was unsheathed. One sword, a pitch-black sword light, directly pierced through the power of Azura's condensing fists, like a hot knife through butter, like a dark meteor piercing through the air. It instantly pierced through the Iron Martial Gates' 6th Elder's sea of chi, completely piercing through his holy whirlpool. Like a punctured balloon, his strength quickly leaked out. In a split second, a second pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed, and the sword was already back in its sheath. The Iron Martial Gates' 6th Elder stood in mid-air in a daze. A blood-red dot suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and his body immediately fell down. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. The Iron Martial Gates' 6th Elder fell to the ground, motionless and without any breath. Dead. 2 sword lights. It was only 2 swords, 2 extremely fast swords that were like meteors and lightning. 1 sword light, and the opponent's cultivation was abolished. 1 sword light, and the opponent's forehead was pierced through. Cold. The Iron Martial Gates' 4th Elder and 5th Elder felt chills all over their bodies. The coldness made them rush out from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but tremble, and their teeth also couldn't help but chatter. Both of them were horrified. Originally, they thought that the opponent was not bad, but that was all. They didn't expect that the 7th Heaven Saint Realm's 6th Elder would be killed with just 2 sword lights. No, if the opponent wanted to kill the 6th Elder, perhaps he only needed 1 sword light. 1 sword light was enough. The reason why he needed 2 sword lights was because the first sword light was to abolish the opponent's cultivation, and the second sword light was to kill him. As for why he did this, the Iron Martial Gates' 4th Elder and 5th Elder faintly guessed, but they weren't so sure. Spread the news. Tell everyone who betrayed the Azura's Gate to know. Chunzong's eyes were gloomy, as if he wanted to send the Iron Martial Gates' 4th Elder and 5th Elder into the depths of hell. His voice carried a trace of coldness into their ears. Within 10 days, come to the Azura's Gate and beg for forgiveness. Cripple your cultivation, and you can live. Those who take in the traitors, each hand over 1,000 primary heaven pills as compensation. Don't wait for me to come personally. Chapter 1703. From the ancient Shura sect to the Shura sect, it had been thousands of years. Many things, big and small, had happened, and each of them caused the ancient Shura sect to decline and eventually become the Shura sect. The biggest incident was probably the disappearance of the ancient Azura king and the suppression of the Rakshasa king. In just a short 100 years, the ancient Azura sect had fallen from being a top force to a superior force, and very quickly to a mid-tier force. At that time, they could no longer maintain the honor of the ancient Shura sect and could only change their name to the Shura sect. Due to the situation and pressure, they could only move from the Shura peak to a lower peak. Later, because of another incident, the Shura sect suffered heavy casualties and its strength fell again to a lower peak, so they could only move here again. Chunzong had no way to track down the events that happened too long ago, nor did he intend to. There were simply too many things to count, and he didn't know how much time and effort it would take. However, since the Shura sect moved to the lowest and most remote peak, they had been suppressed again and again. It was time to settle the score. Originally, the Shura sect had 5 elders and 1 patriarch. Now, only the patriarch and 2 elders were left. Chunzong was not included. In other words, 3 elders were not in the Shura sect. Among them, the second elder was killed by other masters. This grievance would be settled in the future. As for the third and fourth elders, they saw that the Shura sect was in decline and were tempted by other sections. In the end, they betrayed the Shura sect and joined other sects, taking with them some disciples with good aptitude. Under the elders were the deacons. Originally, there were more than a dozen deacons in the Shura sect, but now there were only 3 left. In addition to the few who died in battle, 8 of them betrayed the sect. As for the disciples, after the decline of the Shura sect, there were still hundreds of disciples. Among them, there were more than a dozen Saint Realm disciples, not just 1. In addition, there were many half-saint and transcendent realm disciples. Some of these disciples felt hopeless and left the sect one after another, disappearing without a trace. Some of the more talented ones joined other sects, while others still had hope in their hearts. They ventured out to explore the world, looking for an opportunity to break through and become stronger so that they could revive the Azura's Gate. However, it was as if they had vanished into thin air. There was no news of them for several years. A total of 2 elders, 8 deacons, 9 Saint Realm disciples, and over 100 half-saint and transcendent realm disciples had betrayed Azura's sect and joined other sects. These people had betrayed the Azura Gate, but they were still using the Azura Gate's techniques. After all, the great fiendish Azura art was a saint-class high-grade cultivation technique. Even if he joined other sects, he would at most obtain a saint-class high-grade cultivation technique. There was no need for him to change his cultivation. Now, the original Azura's Gate third elder was killed by Chunzong with a single slash. Chunzong even borrowed the Iron Martial Gate's 4th and 5th elders to spread the word. If the traitor came knocking on his door and had his cultivation technique crippled, he would be allowed to live. Sects and forces that took in traitors would have to compensate the Azura's Gate with 1,000 heaven primary pills. For the current Azura's Gate, 1,000 heaven primary pills was not a small amount. At least, the Azura's Gate could not afford it now unless they sold everything they had. If they could get a few thousand more heaven primary pills, the Azura's Gate's wealth would increase by a lot. Of course, a few thousand heaven primary pills were obviously not enough to revive the Azura's Gate, but it was a good start. Moreover, all of this was just Chunzong's initial action. He would carry out step by step, constantly raising the Azura's Gate's spirit and truly reviving it. The strength of a sect or a force was not something that could be achieved by one person. Even if it was a great Sage Realm Master, he could certainly support a sect or a force. However, if he left and there was no news for a long time, the sect would also be coveted if it was not strong enough. It would decline and even be destroyed. Therefore, the true masters of a sect or force not only needed a strong master to oversee it, but also a sufficient number of masters and a strong belief. If Chunzong wanted to revive the Azura's Gate, he had to start from all aspects. Only then would he be able to leave without any worries. Letting the sect master and the 2 elders repair the burning evil Azura technique and giving guidance to the deacons and disciples was the first step to reviving the Azura's Gate. As for the second step, Chunzong had not planned out completely and was still waiting. However, since the traitor third elder came knocking on his door, he would start from there. In a short time, all the forces in the greater Luo city received the news and were in an uproar. How arrogant! This is going to be big. The Azura's Gate is already full of holes. Now that they have done something like this, they're really courting death. This newly promoted second elder is indeed not weak and has outstanding talent. However, he is still too young. Is he planning to fight against so many forces with his own strength? He is too arrogant. For a moment, no one thought highly of him. Instead, they mocked and ridiculed him. As for the forces that took in the elders, deacons, and disciples of the Azura's Gate, they were all disdainful. Even among the low-grade forces, there were many masters overseeing them. There were at least 6 or 7 Saint Rudiment Realm masters. When they joined forces, their strength was not weak at all. If the other party really dared to come knocking on their door, they would let the other party know how powerful they were. After all, if they really handed the people over and had to pay 1,000 primary heaven pills, it was undoubtedly a humiliating matter. Every force attached great importance to their reputation. This kind of reputation did not refer to good or bad, but prestige. There were good and bad. What was defined was a kind of affiliation. The strength of one's prestige was related to the development and inheritance of a sect. If one's prestige was strong, they would naturally be able to recruit more disciples and better disciples. Only then could they continue to pass on their legacy and become stronger. On the other hand, there would be a shortage of new disciples, just like the current Azura's Gate. The Azura's Gate's prestige was low. Who would be willing to join such a declining sect? There was no future to speak of. Therefore, reputation was very important, and so was prestige. These forces paid no attention to Chunzong's words. On the contrary, if Chunzong did not personally pay the Azura's Gate a visit 10 days later, it would be a heavy blow to the Azura's Gate's prestige. If they did pay the Azura's Gate a visit, even if they were at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm, it would be difficult for them to gain any benefits. After all, 10 days were enough for each sect to make a lot of preparations. 10 days was actually a very short time. Everyone and every sect was waiting and watching. In these 10 days, would someone send the people who left the Azura's Gate back and pay them 1,000 primary heaven pills? If not, what would the newly promoted second elder of the Azura's Gate do in 10 days' time? Would he pretend that he did not say those words? Or would he really bring the sword to the Azura's Gate? There were even forces in Tai Luo City that started to place bets on this matter. Many people had placed bets on it. I think, 10 days later, they will probably pretend that they did not say anything. After all, losing face is better than losing their lives. Someone said, not necessarily. Sometimes, some people think that they are talented and can't see the situation clearly. Someone else said, no matter what kind of opinions there were, time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chunzong did not waste any time. He continued to comprehend and guide the Azura's Gate disciples in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. However, there was still no one who came forward to cripple their cultivation and pay 1,000 primary heaven pills. The news that was released that day might have been seen as a joke. Chunzong was not depressed. There were always some people who thought that they were lucky. If they came to the Azura's Gate to cripple their cultivation, they would only cripple their cultivation. Although their strength would decrease significantly, as long as they cultivated other cultivation techniques, they would recover in a few months or even years. This was the price of betrayal for coming forward on their own accord. However, if Chunzong personally went to the Azura's Gate, the consequences would be different. It would not be as simple as crippling one's cultivation. All of you cultivate well. I will be back soon. After instructing his disciples, Chunzong turned into a streak of light and flew away. Perhaps during the time he was away, someone would come to cause trouble and cause damage. However, Chunzong could not stay here forever. If the Azura's Gate wanted to rise again, he alone would not be enough. Others would have to bear the burden as well. The closest mountain to the Azura's Gate was the neighboring mountain peak. The distance between them was about 100 li. With Chunzong's maximum speed, it would not take long for him to arrive. Even if he returned to the Azura's Gate, it would only take a short time. This sect was called the Great Wood Stronghold. Just like the Azura's Gate, they were both low-grade forces. Of course, their overall strength was much higher than the Azura's Gate. It could be said that the Azura's Gate ranked at the bottom among all the low-grade forces. In terms of the strength of their disciples, they were even weaker than some unrated forces. Chunzong did not follow the normal procedure. Instead, he flew directly to the front of the Great Wood Stronghold, exuding a tyrannical aura. This was the aura of the burning evil Azura art, pure and tyrannical to the extreme. It immediately alerted the people of the Great Wood Stronghold. Who is it? Insolent. With a stern voice, the Great Wood Stronghold's experts flew out, directly facing Chunzong. A tyrannical aura swept over, pressing down on him. Who are you? One of the Great Wood Stronghold's elders stared at Chunzong. A tyrannical aura locked onto him. Azura's Gate's second elder. Chunzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. Azura's Gate's second elder. The Great Wood Stronghold's elders exclaimed in shock. What business do you have with my Great Wood Stronghold? The Great Wood Stronghold elder narrowed his eyes. The Great Wood Stronghold has taken in 5 traders from the Azura's Gate. Chunzong said. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. I'm here to punish the traitors and to demand compensation. Frankly speaking, the Great Wood Stronghold took in 5 traitors from the Azura's Gate. Naturally, they would demand compensation. Don't make a mistake. The Great Wood Stronghold's third elder's eyes narrowed, emitting a cold glint. In a split second, 6 figures appeared, the Great Wood Stronghold's Stronghold Lord and 5 Great Wood Stronghold elders. Each of them exuded a tyrannical 7th or 8th heaven's Saint Realm aura, locking onto Chunzong. I'll only give you one chance. Chunzong acted as if he didn't feel any aura locking onto him. His face was calm and indifferent, but there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. This attitude instantly angered the Great Wood Stronghold's Stronghold Lord and the group of elders. Chapter 1704. Above the Great Wood Fort, one after another, powerful blasts of energy blasted out, showing no mercy. Even if they couldn't kill Chunzong, they would at least severely injure him. All of a sudden, a pitch-black sword light flashed, and the surroundings seemed to have fallen into dusk, the light dimming and dimming. In the blink of an eye, this sword sliced apart the void, as if it was ripping apart cloth. The 6 tyrannical attacks were torn apart in an instant, like a hot knife through butter. In just an instant, the fort lord of the gigantic Wood Stronghold and the 5 elders were all forced back. The fiendish burning sword chi entered their bodies, making them feel extremely uncomfortable, as if their insides were being torn apart. They could only use all of their strength to suppress it, losing their ability to fight. The Great Wood Fort Lord and 5 elders' faces were ashen, their eyes filled with fear, looking at Chunzong as if they were looking at a ghost. One had to know, they were all 7th or 8th heaven Saint Realm masters, yet they couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from the other side. It was simply inconceivable. Terrifying. This Azura's Gate second elder's strength was too terrifying, reaching the peak of the Saint Realm. Hand over the 5 traitors and compensate me with 2,000 heaven restoration pills. Chunzong spoke again, returning the sinking knight sword to its scabbard. With such a huge gap in strength, he believed the other side would make the right choice. After all, this sword strike made the other side aware of the gap between them. If they stubbornly resisted, he wouldn't show any mercy. The giant Wood Stronghold's master and the 5 elders' deathly pale complexions greatly changed, becoming ashen. Previously, it was 1,000 heaven restoration pills. Now, it was 2,000 heaven restoration pills. This compensation was not a small amount, although the Great Wood Fort could afford it, it was still painful. But the other side's expression didn't seem to be joking. The cold light in the depths of his eyes was shocking. In the end, the Great Wood Fort surrendered. The 5 Azura's Gate disciples were summoned, their faces filled with grief and fear. These 5 people's cultivation had already broken through to the Saint Realm, belonging to the First Heaven Saint Realm. Among the Great Wood Fort disciples, they were considered decent. After Chunzong swept his gaze over them, without unsheathing his sword, his left hand flicked out a sword chi. That sword chi split into 5, each aimed at the 5 traitors. In an instant, the 5 people's Saint Whirlwinds were broken. If the Saint Vortex had been destroyed, not only would his cultivation be crippled, his cultivation would be crippled as well. However, if the Saint Vortex had been destroyed, not only would his cultivation be crippled, even his cultivation would be crippled. However, Chunzong did not take their lives. They were merely disciples of the Shura sect. Although it was despicable to betray the sect and join other sects, it did not harm the Shura sect's fundamental interests. As for the previous elder, there were 2 reasons why Chunzong destroyed his cultivation before killing him. One reason was that after the other party betrayed Azura's Gate, he had betrayed some of Azura's Gate's benefits. Secondly, he had tried to kill him. Damn it. After crippling the cultivations of the 5 traitorous disciples, Chunzong took the 2,000 Heaven Essence pills that the enormous Witch Stronghold took out as compensation and left swiftly, heading towards the next sect. In a single day, Chunzong had defeated 4 low-grade forces, crippled the cultivations of more than 20 traitorous disciples, and returned to Azura's Gate with 8,000 Heaven Essence pills as compensation. Today, no one came looking for trouble. The 4 low-grade forces wanted to conceal the news, but they were unable to do so. After all, there were people paying special attention to the matter because of the opening ceremony. In an instant, when the news spread out, it was like an explosion, triggering waves of heated discussions. He made his move. The Shura's Gate's newly promoted second elder had really made his move. He was not joking around. It was fine if he did not make his move, but once he did, it was extremely shocking, sweeping away the 4 low-grade forces. One had to know that the 4 low-grade forces were not weak. There were at least 6 late-stage Saint Realm Masters guarding each of them. When they joined forces, their strength was even more shocking. The Shura's Gate's newly promoted second elder's strength was suspected to have reached the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Young, his strength had reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. This was simply sensational. In the entire Tai Luo city, it was impossible to find such a person. Even the top genius of the Tian Luo sect might not be comparable to him. Of course, until now, it was still unknown how old the Shura's Gate's second elder was. He only looked young. However, for a Saint Realm cultivator, the difference in age of a few decades would not be too big. At most, it would be a difference of a few years. For a peerless genius, the difference in age of a few decades was extremely obvious. In any case, at least within the boundaries of Great Luo City, the name of the Shura's Gate's second elder, Chen Xiu, had spread far and wide. He was vaguely on par with the top genius of the Heavenly Luo sect. In the Heavenly Luo sect, eldest senior brother, the people of this world are really ignorant. He's just a peerless genius with a little bit of talent and some battle achievements. He thinks he's infallible and arrogant. A round-faced young man said angrily, "There's nothing strange about it. There are many mortals, so there's no need for too much trouble." Whether the news is true or false, it's all for the sake of attracting attention. Moreover, who knows if it's someone who secretly spread the news to boost his reputation? An arrogant young woman's lips curled into an arrogant smile. Soon after, her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at the long-haired young man not far away. The young man was dressed in a long black robe that was gilded with gold. Coupled with his unique aura, there was an indescribable elegance about him. His eyes were incomparably deep and shone with a faint black brilliance. It was as if he could absorb everything. Everything in the world was absorbed into his eyes. He could see the entire world with a single glance. He did not interrupt the discussion between his junior brother and junior sister. However, the aura that permeated the air expressed his emotions. In Great Luo City, there were no so-called peerless geniuses that could catch his eye. His opponents were the peerless geniuses from other lands. In one day, he had defeated 4 inferior forces, punished traitors, and collected compensation. Not only did this increase the wealth of the Shura sect, but it also boosted the Shura sect's reputation. It also greatly stimulated the morale of the Shura sect's deacons and disciples, giving them more motivation. That motivation came from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone's faces were swept clean. The decadence of the past was nowhere to be seen. What was left was a thriving and high-spirited fighting spirit. This change immediately caused Chunzong to be slightly touched. If the heart is happy, the spirit will be pleased. If the heart is hurt, the spirit will mourn. Chunzong sat quietly in the main hall. Using his divine sense, he observed the expressions of the disciples clearly. It was incomparably minute. The heart was related to the foundation. All intelligent creatures used the heart as the foundation. Ordinary cultivators only used the heart and spirit, but did not delve into it. Chunzong was different. The heart sword Tao intent was inextricably linked to the heart and spirit. However, Chunzong felt that until now, he had not dug deep enough into the potential of the heart sword Tao intent. This was also because his foundation was not strong enough. The path of cultivation was still very long. More haste, less speed. Therefore, while Chunzong maintained his determination to improve, he did not become impatient. Today, after reviving the Shura sect, Chunzong suddenly realized that this seemed to be a kind of training and application of his heart and spirit, allowing him to explore deeper mysteries. The heart, spirit, body, and sword are the four fundamentals of a sword cultivator. Layer upon layer of enlightenment emerged. The accumulated insights of the past gushed out continuously. The heart, spirit, body, and sword are one. The heart, the will, the body, and the sword are one. Only when the heart, the will, the body, and the sword are integrated as one can one's strength and the power of one's swordsmanship to the extreme. A deeper level of enlightenment entered his heart, surging endlessly. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that his attainments in the way of the sword seemed to be increasing. Moreover, he was about to touch upon the mysteries of another realm. As long as I can fully comprehend this, perhaps there is hope for me to grasp the other mysteries of the 9th level of the bewildering light realm. Then I can defeat him. Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes flickered with an incomparable radiance. With this thought in mind, Chunzong temporarily put aside his guidance for the Shura's Gate disciples. After all, the guidance he had given them during this period of time was actually enough for them to digest for a few days. Behind the Shura sect main hall, facing the cliff, Chunzong appeared at the edge of the cliff. Facing the clouds, he waved his sword. The speed of the sword was slow and ordinary. The wisp of sword light swayed like duckweed in the water, drifting away with the wind as if it had no power at all. Chunzong waved his sword slowly. He did not use a trace of his martial arts, nor did he use his body refinement realm cultivation. He only used his heart as the source, condensed his will, manifesting in his body and arms, and finally, the sword slashed out. In short, the physical strength Chunzong used was only enough to support the strength of the sword. If it were someone else with this kind of strength, it would be difficult for them to even swing their sword. In the beginning, Chunzong also felt this way. Therefore, when he waved his sword, it was crooked and the sword light was blown away by the wind. After Chunzong gained enlightenment, he continued to practice the way of the sword. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar because of this. The fact that Chunzong defeated 4 low-grade forces in a single day made everyone aware of the Second Elder's prowess. As a result, the other sects made even more preparations, especially the low-grade forces that poached the Azura's Gate disciples. They spared no expense in hiring experts to oversee the situation, preparing to teach Chunzong a lesson he would never forget. Unexpectedly, on the second day, there was no news from the Shura sect's second elder. On the third day, there was still no news from him. In the blink of an eye, it was the 4th day, and there was still no news from him. For a time, all kinds of rumors began to spread again. Don't dare. Scared. It was likely that the Shura sect's second elder had received the news and learned that the various forces had strengthened their preparations. In the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day. On the cliff, Chunzong was unaware of the news from the outside world. He was still waving his sword. With the same strength, when the sword was unsheathed, the sword had already cut open the void. The sword light seemed weak, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any time. However, it was incomparably tenacious and did not dissipate under the attack of the mountain wind. The heart, the will, the body, and the sword. These were 4 steps, but in fact, they were completed in an instant. The heart and the sword were one and the same. This was a superb state. Even many half-step great sage-level powerhouses had never comprehended it. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.